All right, are you ready? Are you ready? You've been waiting for it. It's finally here. Patch 42.8. It's been how many weeks? Seven. 7 long, grueling, update free weeks. But because I got Metalworking 1 yesterday, I'm going to take full credit. Full credit. All right. I got Metalworking 1 yesterday. Therefore, Indie Stone released a brand new patch update today. It's because of me. Stolen valor. All of it. I'm stealing it all. I will be attempting to update my save after this, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I'm gonna read through the update. And I'm gonna click the buttons and do the things. Oh, I forgot big light. I forgot to turn on the big light here. Hold on. I was just sitting here in darkness. Saves are good. That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard from people. Saves are good. People are playing. They're enjoying. They're having a great time. Everything should be fine. What up? Focus, panic, grabbing that first. What up, Gino? Flatline. Dr. Sparkle Pants. .8. What up, Darth Thaddeus? I knew you would stream the update. Thank you for the gifted sub, Sparkle Pants. Sniping them up in chat, Darth Thaddeus. You've been marked with a special sign. Appreciate the appreciation. What up, Stiter? Thank you for the update drop on Discord. Appreciate it. Louie Boo. Looks kinda bad. Dr. Michaels. Ragdolls? Yeah, I turned it on. Did you turn on ragdolls? I want to see zombies fall in goofy positions. What up, Hawkins DB? Y'all are one episode away from the greatness that is Spiff's 50.
Now mark us with a special sign. It's a symbol
Gonna
of our
party
friendship.
like it's 1999. Dude, the best parties. I'm just so sorry to everyone who didn't get to experience 1999. No party, no party can ever be as cool as the turn of 1,000 years party. Maybe the year 999. Maybe they partied really hard back then. Irish 451. Thank you for the prime. You know the drill. It's your second time. You're an old hat at this. Dark green, green, blue, dark blue, purple, yellow, pink, dark pink. Pick a color. What up, SETI? What up, Insomniac Gaming? You just wanted to pick up smooth stones? Did they fix it? Did they fix picking up smooth stones? I guess we'll find out. What up, Eduardo? What up, Luke? This is your big patch. I know. You can thank me specifically for getting Metalworking 1 yesterday. It's definitely why the patch came out. If I hadn't gotten Metalworking 1 last night, there would be no patch. Dark green, please. Makes sense. IDK, you spent 1999 New Year's watching Mortal Kombat Annihilation and eating those pickle things? What pickle things your friend's mom gave us? Like fried pickles or like pickle spears? I was at a church. I was at a church. I was with my grandparents. I was at their church and they were having like a New Year's Eve end of the world party. Very, very fun, very tongue in cheek. I was with a bunch of other kids. And we were just like eating snacks and talking to each other like, is it gonna be the end of the world? Do you think the end of the world is happening? What about time zones? Has the world ended in other places? So I didn't really party either. I wasn't really old enough, but I was at a thing. I was at an event. I think it was pickles with sour cream with ham or something wrapped around it. I mean, that kind of sounds gross, but also I'd definitely try it. Slimy pickle wrapped in cream cheese, wrapped in slimy ham. I mean, I'd eat it though. I'd eat it. All right, let's see. Let's get right into it. Nazco, thank you so much for the update, for the info. Appreciate you. I feel like Nazco's always the one that gives us the updates. Shout out Nazco. All right. 42.8 new. Introducing Ragdoll of Physics. Ragdolls are currently enabled for vehicle collisions and gunplay. Ah, so I won't see them. I won't see them. Melee ragdolls are planned but not imminent. I'm not driving a car. I'm not shooting a gun. All right. This is the first implementation of a new feature that requires testing, balance feedback, visual feedback, and performance reports. Disruption to your current playthrough is unlikely but possible. Ragdolls can be turned off on initial load and can be turned on or off in options at any time. Biomes improvements added sandbanks and areas of clay when close to water on the map, added a more granular way to define the floor upon which things are created. Harem's placements now takes all the types of features plus generic, which is used as the old Harem's placements. Blending is more advanced now. Added new properties to floor tiles. Floor material is floor attached. Floor attachment north, south, east, west. Removed attachments.lua, similar.lua, and all attach from the features. Automatically generating potential attachments when a world is first loaded using the new properties. Blending takes into account half tiles and blends properly.
Little pig, let me in.
Using the biome replacement facility, a new granular placement, we generated sand on all pH forest biomes. Interesting. I haven't experienced any of this. Like, using biome replacement facility? Is this all debug stuff? And new granular placement, we generated sand on all pH forest biomes? What are they doing with that? I have no idea. Added an outline to highlighted items in the world? Okay. When the mouse is over an option in the extended placement sub-menu, the corresponding world item is highlighted. All right, that's for the new placement, the little extra 3D rotation. Extended placement menu changes, sort items by name, fixed displaying only one item with the same name, group items with the same name into separate submenus when there are 3 or more. Extended placement UI now closes the extended placement UI if you're too far away. Added generator tile range and generator vertical power sandbox options to support generator use in talks. Default values are a 20 tile range and 3 vertical power. Builder mode has it at 40 and 5. Interesting. That's kind of a big difference for builder mode. Better detection for animal drinking from puddles when the player is absent. Added animal sinew item. This drops when butchering animals and depends on the animal's size, etc. Added 3 new basements. The disassemble furniture cursor will highlight objects using the bad highlight color, similar to the disassemble context menu. The loot window will be displayed and expanded when opening a vehicle trunk and collapsed when closing the trunk unless it's pinned open. Work done on ISO moving object dot dist to proper open parentheses ISO object space other close parentheses and move and ISO moving object dot dist to squared open parentheses ISO moving object space other close parentheses. All right. All right. If both objects are vehicles, the distance is between the closest points on the bounding boxes of both vehicles. Okay. Hot save improvements. Add hot saving of player map, animal zones, and game time. This system is saving elements of the game world around you as you play, meaning that should your game crash unexpectedly exit, you will not travel back in time / lose progress. That's interesting. That's how crashes have been handled since Build 41 and probably prior. So they've tried to fix that. Added container outlines for corpses. The grab context menu now shows multiple corpses and highlights corpses the same way items are highlighted. Added options to the wash context menu to wash all containers, wash all weapons, and all other, like rags. The all clothing option only washes clothing items, not containers, weapons / rags. Added a jar of roe recipe. So roe is like fish eggs, right? How do we get fish eggs? Added animal's milk powder. For now, you can only use it with either a bucket full of water or a feeding bottle full of water. 1 bag for 2 buckets of 10 liters. You can now give this animal's milk to any hungry or thirsty animal. This is to help people keep the baby animal if the mother has died in labor. Your animals can die in labor? What? I guess this is the realism we want. Maternal death. It's not the real world unless a mom dies giving birth. All right, Indie Stone. Changes on wild animal hunting. Shooting an animal will now make it flee instead of dropping dead instantly. Animal will flee while leaving a blood trail that can be followed to find the corpse. Animal will flee for some time, dependent on type. Deer flee longer than rabbits as they're bigger and bleed out for longer. And aiming skill to simulate if you've hit closer to the heart. Changed how animals become domesticated, aka not wild. Before, it was when the animal was put in a designated zone. Now it becomes domesticated when picked up. This is to avoid making a zone to quickly capture rats and mice. The grab and extended 3D placement context menu show item icons. The C button / key in the in-game map pans to the player's current position instead of instantly jumping there. The select spawn location map will pan to the location of a player when selecting player one, etc. instead of throwing an LUA error. Added eternal / disabled options for time and weather to the sandbox menu. Eternal fog. Eternal night. Added sandbox options, day night cycle, climate change, fog cycle, endless day and night cycle, endless disable rain, snow, storm, or blizzards, endless disabled fog. How wonderful it would be to never have fog. I mean, I want like a little bit of fog, but like one fog day a month at max. Eternal fog, Silent Hill. So Bambi's mom's gonna die giving birth to Bambi now? Yes, realism. for realism. Added color of highlighted world items. Rendering option to replace the hard-coded item highlight color. World items are highlighted when selected in the grab context menu, similar to the extended placement menu behavior. Bags and other container items in the world are highlighted with the container highlight color when selected in the loot window. Added new pants _ skinny body location to separate out baggy and skinny trouser items. Added generic action animation for mixing of fluids. Added cyclical rate multiplier property to hand weapon scripts and instances. Added tainted label to liquid info panel and widened liquid info panel. Added support for the 3-tile and 4-tile feeding troughs. Ooh, can I... Well, mine are 2-tile. I was going to say, can I wash in my 2-tile feeding trough yet? Added re-trigger last action with left mouse button on doors. Added progress indicator when adding fuel to a generator. Added icon for barbed wire fence in build menu. Added zombie thump chain link fence damage collapse sound. Vehicles are now considered visible to the player if any square overlapped by the vehicle is visible. Nice. I love that. No more tiny trees blocking entire vehicles. Blocked door and locked door sounds now play when the player attempts to pathfind through a blocked or locked door. While seated, and left mouse button is held, the character can now look around within a 20-degree arc. Gamepad just uses standard look, no button required. Added a button to show the location of an annotated map on the world map. This doesn't copy symbols from the annotated map to the world map. Changed the zombie outfit combo box in the Horde Manager debug UI to be searchable. When performing actions like taking pills, reading items, using a lighter or matches to light a cigarette, drinking from a container, or eating part of a food item, if the item is not in the player's main inventory, the character will try to return it afterward. Does not work for characters that have the disorganized trait. When lighting campfires, etc., the items that are used to light the fire, such as a lighter, will be returned to their container of origin. Set up a function in handweapon.java, randomize firearm as loot to serve as a single function for randomizing firearms. Firearms that spawn as clutter will have their ammunition / magazine status randomized. weapons and other items with conditions that matter or have sharpness values with have those values randomized when they spawn as clutter. Added code support for there being mapper defined no power, no water, and no power or water zones to handle instances like the burned villages or derelict buildings that shouldn't have power or running water. Light switches, electricity, etc. will not work in rooms that have derelict in their room definition name and are in a no power map zone. Water containing tiles such as sinks and toilets in rooms that have derelict in their room definition name or are in a no water map zone will not have any water in them. Added the functions get power grid lifespan and does power grid exist, open parentheses, close parentheses, to sandbox options.java to simplify evaluating the current state of the power grid. Oh, I love, love, love that they're talking about a power grid. I love this. I love the little weather improvements that they added in. I love this power grid stuff. I love because that's what I've been talking about. It would be nice if we can restore the power grid so that it's exciting that Indystone is even thinking about a power grid versus not, like what places would be included. That is exciting and interesting to me. Water containing tiles such as sinks and toilets in rooms that have derelict in their room definition name or are in a no water map zone will not have any water in them. Added the functions is no power, is no water, and has grid power to ISO grid square to simplify evaluating the current state of the power grid for specific squares. Ooh, appreciate that. Here, let me pin. And I'll drop this. Thanks, Stider. I'll drop this for YouTube too. Yeah, we're going over patch notes and then we'll play. New patch. I haven't heard of saves breaking, Kaj, but I haven't updated mine yet, so we'll see. When eating food and an eating utensil such as a spoon, fork, or spork would change the eating animation / speed / benefits, the time action code will search the player's inventory recursively through all bags for a utensil versus just the primary inventory, i.e. you can keep your spork in your fanny pack or backpack and still use it. More flyers. More flyers from the Flyer Factory. What the heck did I do? There we go. My chat box. I love the dramatic background thunder we have. Some new clothing items added to some appropriate zombie outfits. Added the functions dump contents in square to ISO object utils, and item container.java. When multi-tile objects that have containers are removed by being sledged or thumped, all of the contents of all of the containers of all of the tiles will be dropped on their tile square. Added the Mac OS command and command plus shift keys as valid cycle container keys. Adjusted the lerp function when driving on grass should make towing a trailer on grass way easier. lowered the center of mass of the animal trailer to make them tip over less. Bear in mind, turning aggressively at 40 miles per hour will still make them flip over. All right. Forced towed trailers to be rendered when inside the car. Okay. Added the output flag is blunt to handle cases where we want the items produced to be blunt with its sharpness set to 0. Added the output flags has one use to handle cases where we want the items produced to only have one use, such as getting 1 unit of thread produced by picking a rag. Added the output flaw has no uses to handle cases where we want any drainable items produced to be empty of any uses, such as making lanterns without any fuel in them. Added propane delivery step van vehicle. Nice. Added raccoons lying down. Nice. But are they still rodent meat? Is that it? Do they have a skeleton yet? Can I consume the bones? Blacksmithing. Added missing craft recipe to make a carpentry chisel. Added a craft recipe to forge a wrench, giving the caliper item some functionality. Several metal armor items can now be smelted for steel. Aside from handling sourcing steel, it also serves as a means of recycling/repairing broken metal armor. Players can now craft copper, gold, and silver hurricane lanterns. Several blade blacksmithing crafts will accept blades of an appropriate size and tier as an input instead of a metal bar. You could use a hunting knife blade to make a new hunting knife blade or a long spear blade instead. This serves as a means to repair damaged blades, as well as being something people would do in real life to repair items or repurpose their material. Tailoring. Added the tailoring recipe magazine Homespun, which teaches the learnable craft recipes for normal, simple clothing items. Added a sewing pattern item that works similarly to recipe clipping and schematics in that it teaches a single random tailoring recipe. Some item research definitions for tailoring progression. Added craft recipe and item for crafted ammo straps, both shells and bullets/cartridges. Normal, non-crafted ammo straps can be black or brown. Crafted ones will be brown. Long coats with respective textures and other qualities can be made from the furred hides of different breeds of cows and calves. Oh my gosh, are we getting cowhide clothing? Ask and ye shall receive. Yes, give me more cow print items. Cow print's having a moment in fashion. Give it to us all. Jackets, as above, can be made from the furred hides of cows, calves, and deer. Furred coat and jacket recipes are in the Cowboy Tailoring Recipe magazine, known by characters with the sewer trait, can be researched, and in the survival schematic recipe pool. Added sinew thread item. Added a craft recipe to make sinew thread from sinew. Sinew thread is one of the materials that can be used to make twine. Many leather/hide/armor recipes. Many leather/hide/armor recipes, but not all. There's some allowances for wilderness scenario starts, now require sinew thread and not normal thread. In addition to being a requirement for some crafts, sinew thread can be used in lieu of thread for other tailoring-related crafted recipes. Tanned furred animal hides that are large and medium-sized, adult cattle, swine, sheep, and deer can be cut into half, and for cattle, quarter pieces. This is so they can be rendered into smaller pieces for crafting smaller leather/hide items without wasting an entire hide, such as making a hat or a wallet from a cow's hide. What? In Build 42.8, you can neither cook nor butcher a baby rabbit? There are no problems with adult rabbits. You didn't like me murdering the babies? Is that it? You don't want me to murder all the baby rabbits? Curses. Curses. All right, general craft. Added a debug tool to the right. Added a debug tool to right-click on inventory items, and if they are used as an input for at least one craft recipe, a debug option is provided to see a list of the craft recipes it can be used for. Added the craft recipe and items for carving bone and wood dice. Cool. Added a craft recipe to untie sheet rope. Nice. I noticed that in previous builds, sheet ropes could be made from mini clothing items. And under the assumption that this was still true in Build 42, the recipe wasn't added, as untying sheet ropes to recover specific clothing items becomes problematic. Added several researchable recipes for crafting progression to multiple axe and axe head items. Added a separate craft recipe to nail spike full football shoulder pads and crash helmets, as they both visually have more spikes than other items, and also to handle the nail number paradox of spiking full football pads versus single side pads. Changed the craft recipe parser to not process skill level requirements of 0. Mechanically, it's the same as not having any skill level requirement, but the appearance of 0 level skill requirements in the UI might confuse some people. Added a craft recipe to carve wooden cutting boards from a plank. Added a new input flag, may degrade very light, which degrades tools at half the rate that may degrade light does. Added items and craft recipes for making a prison / improvised. Wait, what? Added items and craft recipes for making a prison / improvised lighter from a battery, tape, and steel wool, aluminum foil, or electric wire, as well as recovering the battery from the lighter. Since when do lighters have batteries? Explain. Explain. Since when do lighters have batteries? I don't. What is the prison? Is prison just an electrical term for the case that a battery is stored in? Is that what it's? I think of prison as a very different thing, but I'm assuming prison is a word for the holding place of where you would put a battery in. Interesting. We can make a lighter potentially with an improvised lighter from a battery, tape, and steel wool, aluminum foil, or electrical wire. Okay, it makes sense. It makes sense. It's the container, yeah. All right. That's why I love PZ. I learn all kinds of new things. Things I would never think about before. Added a craft recipe to craft a wall trophy item from a stag's head. Nice, very good. Added recipe magazine for several new craft recipes. These include real gladiators, leather crafts, and cowboy living to teach some leather tailoring recipes, herbal remedy growing, medicinal herb growing seasons, and homemade explosives, some bomb recipes. Added the sharp knife item tag to the straight razor item. Can be used for crafting. However, it also has very low durability values and will also be liable to break when used for crafting. Okay. You use the lighter to make the flame, as in something they would make in prison? Use the battery to make a flame. Okay. Got prison lighters. I thought they were saying we could take a battery from any of our existing lighters in game, and I was like, what? There are batteries in my lighters? Added a tailor profession. We got a new job. Very cool. Love that. Added toy cap gun pistols and rifles and their ammunition. These still need custom sounds and currently use the .38 special revolver sound effect as placeholders. Added a zombie outfit for Wild West Town law enforcement. As per the flyer, absolutely. What up, Rip 710? Hello, Raiders. We are going over the update. How are you doing? Have you been playing some 42? 42.8? Everything good? Everything perfect? Oh, if you haven't yet, fill in that little heart. It yearns to be filled. Today is funny. Wait till you see the falling zombies. I don't think I'll get to see the falling zombies very much. At least not on my current save. I don't drive a car at all. And I don't use guns right now. And they said they weren't implemented for melee, but we'll see. We'll see what it looks like. It's all happening. I saw the little preview when we first loaded in and they looked sick. So I was like, yes, turn that on. Rip out here watching Zeds cast Feign Death. That's a serious amount of patch notes. Yeah, where's my look? We're still there. We're still rocking and reading. You're using a bat and not touching them and they just fall over? Fun. Build 42 update. Woo, they fixed the big fish and flat stones. Nice. What up, Rose? Yeah, I'm reading the patch and then I'm hoping to update my game and have no problems. No problems at all. Good lurk. Have a great run. Hey, thanks for the lurk. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in. I don't know if we're about halfway through. Let's just say we're halfway through patch notes. Hello, why is not my game loading when opening the game? It says error 1. Can someone please help me? I uninstalled and installed the game and it still won't work. Thanks. That is a really weird issue, Deline. You completely uninstalled and reinstalled it. Are you trying to do the new patch? Make sure you're opted into the I will back up my save mode. I Wimbus. But good luck. Good luck with your error. You could also, after you've downloaded it, just verify the integrity of your files. But if those two things don't work, I would go to Reddit. I'd go to Reddit or right here, the official forums, and look for an answer. Also, if you have mods, you could try unsubscribing from those mods, because when if you're subscribed to mods, even if you download and reinstall, the game will reinstall those mods. So that could be causing a conflict or issue. But that's it. I'm not great at tech help. I have to get tech help for other people. So if the good old turn it off and back on doesn't work, then that's about as far as I go. All right, tailoring professions, cap, guns, zombie outfit to become the baddest boy in the West. Zombies in the Wild West town law enforcement or outlaw outfits can have cap guns on them. These were used in performances. Oh, I love the little lore drop. They're like, this is why they have fake guns. That's so cute. I had a cap gun growing up. Old enough that they hadn't gotten rid of them. Snow globes are now for specific locations. What? Snow globes are now for specific locations using the postcard title pool they used to make snow globes for everywhere, everything. Oh, that is some Fallout New Vegas vibes. Let me have a beautiful snow globe collection. All right. If you add snow globes, Indie Stone, you also need to add in a shake snow globe animation that gives our characters like a little bit of happiness and a little bit of stress relief. So when your character's in the depths of depression, they can just be like rattling a snow globe in front of their face for the next 7 hours. Try that. Try that. Longtime lurker saying hi and asking, is there a way to disable auto updates so not to break the last run? I think you just need to disable auto updating on Steam. So you have to do it for like all your games. I don't know if there's a way to specifically disable auto updating just for Project Zomboid.
Put your hands together. And I'll mark us
The
with a
patch
special
notes
sign.
are
It's a
currently
symbol of our
pinned.
friendship.
Pinned at the top of chat. But I'll drop the link again if you're on mobile and it's being annoying. Panodra, thank you for the 14 months. Pick your color. Dark pink pink, dark blue blue, dark green green, purple, yellow. All right, I gotta keep powering through, otherwise it's gonna be 2 hours of patch notes. All right. Snow globes, yes. Harmonica and whistles are now visible when blown. Very nice. Added new left and right gator items. Gators can be crafted and will sometimes spawn on some appropriate zombie outfits. What is this? Okay, that's what I thought. Those rain protector kind of things. The code for stitching wounds and patching clothing now looks for thread by both item type and also item tag. This allowed sinew thread to work for these purposes. Are you gonna sew up a wound with sinew thread? I guess. Seems a little gross. Added the break on smithing item tooltip to ceramic molds that break when used in smithing crafts. Added craft recipe and item for crafted ammo straps. Yes, both shells and bullet cartridges. Normal. Okay. Yep, we heard that. They're brown. Added fish guts in row. Nice. Adjusted clothing masks for wedding dress and updated texture. Added glazed ceramic teacup item and updated kiln recipe. Added filled model for ceramic teacup. Coffee machine now uses 2 recipes, one for mugs and another for teacups. These recipes now use water from the mug or teacup and accept mixed water to create a coffee beverage. A coffee beverage item that can receive additional ingredients. Added the crafting of some cow and fawn hide garments. Added items and craft recipes for the player to make leather masks, elbow pads, and knee pads.
Little pig, let me in.
Added a crafting quality of life feature where items that can be used as inputs for favorited recipes will have a user-defined good color, which defaults to green, a star overlay on their inventory icon, and good color text in their item tooltip. The favorite star for recipes in craft recipe UI and building UI will be the user-defined good color, which defaults to green. Added a tarp piece item and a craft recipe to cut a tarp into pieces. Tarp pieces are used instead of whole tarps for many, but not all tarp tailoring crafts. You still need an entire whole tarp to make a tent, lean-to, or poncho. It is intentional that you can't tape together tarp pieces to make a new tarp. As tarps are fairly common items, and there are a fair amount of tailoring craft recipes that use tarps, cutting tarps into tarp pieces was added so that players didn't have to use an entire tarp to make a single smaller item or be forced to make multiple instances of small item from one tarp. Added items and craft recipes for tarp sling bags, sacks, hand wraps, footwear, hats, and frame packs. Added items and craft recipe for crafting fanny packs out of tarp pieces. The appropriate head sacks can be produced from tarp and hide sacks and crafted pillows from the cut head sack craft recipe. Revised the categories for craft recipes by reducing the number of categories and fixing confusing categorization. Cut my tarp into pieces. This is my last resort. Suffocation. No breathing. All right, balance. Is this the last one? No. Balance, foraging. No, we got so much more to go. Okay. All right. Balance. Snow now fills rain collectors and items with water? What? In this day, in this age, in this build of 42.8, snow now fills rain collectors? All right, you can get rid of that one mod. That one mod whose only job was to make it so that snow filled rain collectors. Wow. What a victory. Oh, that's actually so nice for me. I might get some winter wash up. Gasoline will evaporate much more slowly. Adjusted some fundamental blacksmithing crafts to accommodate forest scenarios. It's me. I'm in this update. Simplified the craft recipe for breaking large stones into stones so it would be easier to perform in the field. consolidated the craft recipes for making rope and twine, as their only differences were the material type, dogbane versus hemp, etc., being consumed. Updated the mill sunflower seed craft recipe input for crafting. Now consumes food inputs by hunger value and not item count. Removed the following items to streamline blacksmithing: small armor plate, iron rod half, iron rod quarter, iron slug. Changes to some low-tier tool blacksmithing recipes to make them more flexible in their tool requirements. Characters can now do actions while opening doors, climbing through windows/fences, toggling curtains, and hutch door. So does that mean maybe my character can eat now while climbing through a window? Characters can now do actions while opening doors, climbing through windows/fences, toggling curtains, and hutch door. Similar to many primitive tailoring crafts, the sew sack craft recipe can accept either thread or twine to craft the sack. Adjusted a couple of blacksmithing recipes for consistency. Added smelting properties to several items. Thank you. And adjusted the smelting properties for some items for consistency. Reduced the time required to perform the extinguished candle and extinguished hurricane lantern craft recipes. Minor tweaks to some metal armor craft recipes. Decreased the weight and increased the critical chance and max damage for the block mace. Decreased the weight and increased the critical multiplier and max damage for the long mace. Several modified baseball bat weapons had their weight decrease and critical characteristics increased. Nice. Several modified long branch cudgel weapons had their critical characteristics increased. Increased the critical chance of the large branch and several maul and scrap type heavy weapons. Updated base health and skill-based health for fences and walls. Gasoline evaporation is now modified by day length. Interesting. Many more leather tailoring craft recipes need to be learned/researched/ etc. Hammers being used to construct tiles now degrade. Okay, now degrade half as fast as they did previously. Okay, that's nice. Consolidated some craft recipes for forging bars/bar parts. Some craft recipes for forging chunks/smaller bars, except wooden tongs. Removed the wild herb growing seasons from the Wilderness Survival magazine. They will be in a different magazine, Growing Herbal Remedies. Limited casting range of fishing rod. Ooh. Improper completion of fishing is now more punishing. Balanced fish sizes, reduced growth times of flax, rye, and wheat. Most recipes for extracting/smelting iron and steel now involve a crucible that's either empty or already has iron or steel in it and adding metal to it. Most recipes for casting iron or steel involve using metal from a crucible with the appropriate items. Additionally, most iron recipes beyond producing iron blooms from iron ore, extracting iron chunks from an iron bloom, and extracting iron chunks from iron items require a medium tier furnace or an advanced furnace. There are only 3 types of furnace. What is a medium tier furnace? Is that the simple furnace? Using crucibles of metal will help in reducing the total number of smelting/extracting/casting recipes. The hide jacket craft has a chance, depending on tailoring skill, producing a jacket with a slightly nicer texture. Certain non-weapon items may have their condition randomized when spawned as loot. This includes items that are weapon parts, such as sledgehammer heads in the trash, as well as items that are intended to have their condition reduced from being used as tools/tool parts. Reduced the intensity of tool damage from being used in several craft recipes that would be more easygoing on the tools, such as cooking, baking, and electrical recipes. Recipes for dismantling tools and weapons will now accept broken items. In general, any item that can be dismantled should have an on-break interaction performed on it when it breaks that separates the handle and the head part as is. But there may be circumstances such as mods that interfere with that process. Increase the durability of several baseball bat-derived crafted weapons. Several more armor craft recipes, but not all, require sinew thread specifically. Several crude/improvised type weapons that could use rags, denim strips, leather strips, or twine. And an ingredient can now also use burlap pieces instead. This does not apply to spears, but items such as shivs and stone axes. Increased base health log window frame. Halved the default maximum rat/mouse population in sandbox settings. The handy trait carpenter profession, repairman profession, and engineer profession receive a +1 skill level in masonry. The cook trait, hunter trait, and chef profession receive a +1 skill level in butchering. It is intentional that the burger flipper profession does not provide any benefit in butchering. Adjusted some values of the hollow book items to prevent nonsensical scenarios. Changed several hide type craft recipes that previously accepted oversized hides so players could perform the crafts without being arbitrarily limited to only accept appropriately sized hides. The player will now have to cut oversized hides into pieces beforehand. Duct tape can be used alongside rags, twine, leather strips, etc. for some improvised/crude weapon and tool craft recipes. Crafting stone hammers, axes, and mauls requires more binding/strips than previously, but duct tape can be used. Adhesive tape can be used alongside other bindings to craft shivs. Adjusted concrete barrier collision in some locations. Reduced the time required to chop firewood. Burlap can be woven from dog bane. Excellent, excellent decision. Love it. Do we need a loom? Or can we do this crafting station free? I guess is my only question. Increase the durability characteristics of rake head weapons. Reduced the weights of the mace and stone mace weapons. Interesting. Reduced the endurance drain of several heavy crafted weapons from scaling similar to a sledgehammer to scaling similar to a wood axe. Reduced weight of splinter to match twigs. Updated is build IDO entity.lua so that skill-based bonus health can also work for recipes that don't have a skill requirement. Reduced base skill-related bonus from 200 to 20. This value is used in some cases where the script does not define it and was way too high. The hide fanny pack craft recipe now requires a higher skill level and also needs to be learned/researched/known. Rebalance the input requirements for several duct tape, garbage bag, and tarp-based tailoring craft recipes, yes. Long and short spearheads and crude/simple blades are no longer weapons and don't have the sharp knife and several other qualities for crafting and interactions. This is to make some interfaces less confusing/spammy. Slightly boosted the durability characteristics of the spiked short bat weapon. Removed the recipes to nap large stones into stone and limestone pieces, as they are redundant with masonry recipes that perform the same task. XP gained from adding and removing patches has been reduced. It was previously increased to help players level up tailoring more easily, but based on player feedback, using patching solely to advance the skill is not a desirable approach. Tweaked the simple/crude blade recipe to make it easier to perform. Rebalanced several older tailoring recipes for normal satchels, dresses, long johns, shirts, skirts, and trousers in regards to their material and skill requirements, as well as needing to be learned. Oh. It's patch day. All right, how much do we have left? Foraging, UI, sound, and then a whole bunch of fixes. All right. We're almost through it. You sure couldn't eat and open a door at the same time? You hated that? What up, Insomniac Gaming? Is there a bug in Build 41 where you can't open any trunks? No. A trunk could be locked, but I was... Build 41 shouldn't be touched. Maybe... Do you mean Build 42? I could look in... I was looking in trunks in Build 42. I don't know what that bug was about. Updating your game, crossing your fingers. Good luck. How do you even level napping now? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you still need to nap like sharp stones. Like the flint flakes, maybe just that way. All right, foraging. Added forage default defs, forage skills, and forage defs tables to forage system. Added forage system.seed table for custom do wild crop spawn with chance and different seed amounts. Added improved loot table and item picking methods. Added processing of item and category valid months with bonus/malice in added item def. Fixed affinity and bonus icons not rolling with their bonuses during rain/snow. Fixed affinity and bonus icons not able to roll for focus items in invalid months. Removed break tick event from update events in is base icon is search manager. Recategorized forage trash and junk items and matched roles for all junk/trash mixed table tiers. Removed sprite affinity cooldown and reduced forage bonus/focus item chances for some categories. Added valid months table to forage item and category definitions with bonus plus malice added. I guess that means no more winter melons. No more winter bananas. Added forage system is valid month internal. Get month multi. Get weather multi. Fixed icons rolling for empty categories in winter. Adjusted default chance for categories to 0 and 0 per zone to fix another issue with picking empty loot table categories. Added items foraging rain/snow bonuses scale with rain/snow levels instead of a flat percentage. Renamed zone chance to zones and forage category definitions and updated references. Tidied old foraging code and loot entries. Added ISO markers, rendering of 3D item models. Added alt world texture for herb and wild plant category items. Added forage system.get weather type support for mixed weather. Added saving the random rotation values for forage icons. Fixed foraged clothing tint color, resting when recreating icons. Fixed foraged clothing tint color resetting when recreating icons. Removed ISO marker deferred and overlay rendering methods. Removed ISO markers do temp ISO object. Temp square object. Removed circle ISO marker and added functionality to ISO markers. Fixes for foraging fruits and vegetables. Reduce the maximum size for all foraged foods prefixed with wild. Wild foods have their hunger values capped at 1. What? Wild foods have their hunger values capped at 1 after size effects. Added wild foods can now have nutrition values affected at any size. Removed wild foods multiplying food happiness values by item size. Fixed some fruit definitions that were missing months when they could be foraged. Adjusted foraged fruits for more seasonal variants. Beautiful. Love that. Any improvements to blacksmithing? Yes, lots. Lots of improvement to blacksmithing. UI added player craft history class to track craft/build history. Added recipe sort modes by recipe name, last used, most used. Added hooks to crafting to update craft history on craft/build. Increment save version, save player craft history. Added recipe sort combo box to build panel filter panel. Added a fluid indicator to containers and crafting menu. Reorganized some sandbox options in the meta category. Updated tooltip for the following sandbox options: day/night cycle, climate cycle, and fog cycle. Display corpse icons in the grab context menu. Display item icons in the vehicle install part menu. Display microwave or stove icons next to the turn on, off, and settings context menu options. Display the light bulb icon next to the turn on/off context menu option for light switches. Display walkie-talkie models for walkie-talkies placed in the world. Oh my gosh. Dropped walkie-talkies. They're not going to be 2D anymore. But that's my go-to item when I need to talk about 2D items. Display item icons in the hotbar attached context menu. Stash maps are displayed as icons on the world map. Clicking a stash map icon displays an overlay with the annotations. Added a brightness slider to the in-game map under options. This affects loot maps and the mini map also. In the animal designation zone UI, highlighting an animal in the list will outline the animal in the world. Nice, I like that. Unless it's inside a chicken coop. Added anti-aliasing to spawn selection menu map. Fixed collapsible windows collapsing faster at higher frame rates. Sound. Added new vehicle sounds for collision with foliage. Vehicle scrape past plant is now a looping sound and plays for D generic _1 and D _ plants _1 in addition to bushes and trees. Added vehicle hit hedge, which is a collision sound for bushes. Fixed character with deaf trait hearing ambient sounds. Fixed dropping weapons not playing drop sound. Fixed street light sounds not stopping when lights turn off. Fixed sound for locking / unlocking trunk from inside the vehicle not playing. All right, and now we have the fixes. Foraging adjustments. I mean, they needed. We got a lot of things that I'm happy about. Blacksmithing updates. We've got a little more seasonality in weather, and which will be reflected in foraging. Snow fills rain barrels. I can't believe it. I can't believe they did that. Snow fills rain barrels now. Is food gonna freeze outside next patch, Indie Stone? You got something cooking back there? Are food and water left outside gonna freeze? You're giving me what I wanted? New weather? More accurate representations of weather effects in the world? Fixed regular zombies freezing when killed as they are vaulting through window or fences. Some edge cases with firearms to be addressed. Fixed the amount of gasoline an item must be holding in order to show the add fuel option for generators. Fixed some fence types with 0 or wrong health values. Fixed M16 full auto rate of fire being way too high. Fixed issues where plumbed sinks do not provide clean water when source contains a mix of clean plus tainted water. Fixed characters sometimes stop shooting at crawlers / downed zombies. Shotguns and single fire assault rifles now continue to fire against downed zombies. Fixed trying to place a 3D item in an invalid location, locking the item to the square. Fixed wrong animal size calculation when butchering animals using a butchering hook. Fixed missing icon and makeup object. Removed legacy camo makeup item as it didn't follow how the other camo face makeup worked. Fixed characters getting stressed from chopping trees. Nice. They got stressed from chopping trees. Fix some instances allowing food to be eaten regardless of hunger levels. Fix potential issues around the pause when focus is lost option. Fixed craft recipe data.get first input item with tag, not returning the first item but the last one found. Fixed building a wooden fence post playing incorrect sound. Can I dismantle it? Can I dismantle the wooden fence posts now? Fixed error with assemble small frame pack recipe. Fixed several craft recipes for drying plants now that hunger values for inputs are working properly. Fixed duplicate options to carve small handles from antlers. Fixed temporarily blank window at the start of the read timed action with print media textures. Fixed issue with sink / rain collectors losing meta info in certain crash scenarios. Fixed several blacksmithing recipes using the generic making timed action animation. Fixed the cast steel bar from iron recipe using ingot molds and not bar molds. Fixed dome kilns not being in the blacksmithing build menu category. Fixed using lighter again when smoking and opening doors. Fixed multi-sprite ovens not turning on/off with each other. Fixed missing active oven overlay sprites. Fixed issue with the position of skill progress bar tooltips. Fixed issue with ISO Hutch calling sync too frequently when there were no changes. Fixed characters starting to aim down before Zeds fall down. Fixed an issue where the player would suddenly aim up when standing directly over a zombie the player is aiming at. Fixed feeding trough container type not being set to trough after removing water. Fixed feeding troughs turning into generic ISO thumpable objects after rotating. Fixed context menu showing options for just the topmost fluid source on a square will now show all fluid sources. Fixed some cases of dragged corpses remaining hanging in midair. Fixed equipped items showing in destroy for fuel menus. Fixed being unable to pick up flat stones. It's there. The fix everyone wanted. You can pick up flat stones. Fixed error in lantern recipe. Fixed bone spike branches being axe weapons. A previous version of their weapons were much more pick-like, and as picks are axes, they were axes. Now they are properly blunt. Fixed multi-threading issue with vehicle saving related to new chunk hot saving feature. Fixed being able to smelt whole fire axes and not fire axe heads. Now fire axe heads can be smelted and not whole fire axes. Fixed the hide bandeau recipe outputting a skirt. Fixed error in the metalworking punch craft recipe. Fixed drainable items having the incorrect number of uses after loading if they were saved with exactly one use remaining. Fixed the automated emergency broadcast system warnings about the failing power grid not always playing. Yay, I missed those. I thought they just took them out. Moved the every hours LUA event to trigger after all game time hour/day/month/year values have been updated. Fixed rat/mouse not having bones definition. Fixed wrong animal ranch zone. Fixed characters flipping 180 degrees while throwing bodies out the window. Fixed animals not eating drainable food placed on the ground anymore. Animals no longer drink from water containers that can't catch rain. Ergo pop bottles. Fixed crash register under counter at 2,229 by 14,461. Fixed adjacent free tile finder .priv can stand incorrectly checking for hoppable objects. Fixed ISO grid square is adjacent to hoppable incorrectly checking for hoppable objects on squares to south and east. Fixed ice cream cones displaying nutritional information as if they were in packaging. Fixed issues where walls could not be chopped down from the backside. Fixed being unable to sterilize Fixed being unable to sterilize rag directly from right mouse button menu when pot boiled in barbecue. Fixed dragged corpses remaining in midair sometimes. If pick up corpse is interrupted, there is now a transition to the appropriate dropped state. Fixed interrupting drag corpses and opening doors causing teleportation. Fixed Oh no, I lost it. Here it is. Fixed player being unable to hit closed non-see-through doors from the north or west sides. Fixed setting can pass through equals true on carpentry doors. This affected visibility checks through the doors. Fixed interrupting the eating timed action, not consuming items partially where applicable. Fixed not being able to wash rags with seltzer or mixed water. Fixed discarding items error. Fixed player being able to reach sink/toilet/bathtubs through floor. Fixed lay down animation still allowing for WASD movement. Wait, there's a lay down animation? Fixed being able to place doors and door frames too close to stairs. Prevent door frame/walls from being built above staircases on the northwest side, floating in mid-air, now requires supporting wall. Fixed bucket recipes not being able to use mixed water. Fixed creating beverages not saving the mug's color variation. Fixed missing translation entries and a few other bits of code for glassmaking XP multiplier. Fixed the inherit uses input flag, transferring a literal amount of uses to the output item versus a proportional amount of uses, i.e. the old system. They should have the same used delta value. Changed gator display names to be consistent with other limb armor. Fixed the display name of the leather neck guard craft recipe. Fixed some items being inappropriately categorized as mementos. Fixed being able to merge some inappropriate drainables. Fixed wrong item tags for earring _ loop small _ gold top gold _ top and goblet _ silver. Heading tools can be smelted. Fixed being able to move around or rotate while picking up corpses and laying them down. Fixed error when you add chum to water. Fixed inappropriate smelting qualities for some items. Nice. Fix some blacksmithing craft recipes not wearing down tongs or wearing down hammers too lightly. Fixed a minor error with the experience award from making a battery lighter. Fixed florist step van loot issues. Fixed an error with what was supposed to prevent camouflage trucks from spawning in Louisville, having the opposite effect. Fixed not being able to sharpen normal shivs. Fixed short metal pole fence not having a base health value and gaining too much health for skill levels. Fixed character creation screen not updating clothing. Fixed load order issue with tile geometry.txt files. Sprite properties like surface and item height were not always being applied before adjusting the vertical offset of stacked objects when loading a game. This is why microwaves and radios might appear sunken into countertops when first loading a game. Fixed errors using context menu in the zombie population window debug UI. Fixed being unable to can reinforce crafted baseball bats. Nice. What about railroad spike baseball bats? Don't forget those railroad spikes. Fix sink water purification so it detaints any mixture of fluids and allow plumbed cocktails. Fixed disallowed cleaning of rag/person using all types of water mixes via context menu. Fixed issue where town water piped sinks were not showing filled targets in context menu. Fixed issues with character dragging corpse events. Fixed issues with wall climbing sounds timing. Fixed watermelon playing carpentry hammer sound effect. Fixed missing sounds for stone mace and stone mace long. Fixed error with the anvil casting recipe. Fixed missing translation strings for new crafting / smelting recipes. Fixed CDDA player model wearing non-existent clothing. Fixed flashlight hotkey F being disabled during walk 2. Fixed effect from applied poultices remaining after wound heals. Fixed movables being able to be placed above water tiles. Fixed missing roads on player map. Nice. Got a little map work. Fixed not removing northwest wall sprites when placing basement access objects. Fixed a block staircase with BA_house_medium_96_farmhouse.pzby. Fixed is context menu dot remove last option, sometimes resulting in a context menu appearing too far to the left. Fixed turned on overlay sprites not always being displayed on stoves. Fixed highlighting hundreds of nails tanking the frame rate. Fixed adding fuel to a generator failing to transfer the last 0.1 of gasoline. Fixed log door frame not having base health values. Fixed mugs with hot beverage always using teal variation during drink animation. Fixed mugs changing color variation when they're emptied. Fixed corpses being throwable over the window frame but not over the short fence. Fixed various minor fishing issues. Fixed lakes having the wrong biome. Fixed limited player voice sound while dragging corpses. Fixed missing icons and models for fish roe sack and fish guts. Fixed make jar of roe and open jar of roe recipes. Fixed lighters spawning with amount missing and can't be refilled to the fullest. Fixed only one pumpkin seed required to fill an empty packet. Fixed dry dog and cat food not giving unhappiness. Fixed make bread consuming only 2 hunger values of flour. Fixed toast bread recipe not using a whole slice. Fixed rip sack recipe not using some sack items. Fixed pack 12 boxes of 9mm ammo in carton mislabeled as pack 12 boxes of 5.56 ammo in carton. Fixed not being able to slice or smash pumpkins. Fixed various debug editors not handling resolution changes correctly and not using the green and red button colors. Fixed being unable to click on every sprite of a multi-sprite crafting station to display its UI. Fixed chance for trash in fishing, legendary fish, and roe sack. Fixed bait being addable after casting. Fixed unupdated tile properties need to be updated for player-made constructions. Fixed structures like double windows frames so they can be painted and wallpapered. This was especially evident in trailer homes. Fixed not being able to wallpaper corner walls. Fixed characters with deaf traits being able to hear ambient sounds. Fixed issues with some fluid transfers being blocked. Refactored handling of free traits, trait adding and removing. Fixed an issue if a free trait had been added from multiple sources. It was removed when one of those source traits was removed, even if another would still provide it. Fixed an issue when a trait was removed from the selected list. Mutually exclusive traits would be re-added to the good/bad lists, even if another should still exclude them. Fixed an issue when adding a trait to the character. Free traits given by non-selected traits were not checked for exclusivity, allowing those traits to remain available. Selecting one of those traits added the excluded free trait to the character. Fixed ground pill bottle not displaying texture correctly. Fixed Hawaiian shirt texture spilling over onto thumbs. Fixed typo on LV police car. Fixed some animations that were too short, too long for SFX/timed action length. Emptying water cans, buckets, transferring liquids, removing glass shards when drunk, etc. Fixed hat, long hair models, clipping through neck when low crouch walking. Fixed being able to use empty lighters to light campfires. Fixed the hide robe craft recipe, producing a hide coat instead. Fixed some minor issues with some new tailoring craft recipes. Fixed an error in craftrecipe.java where a script's research skill level was being parsed as the time value for the craft recipe in question. Fixed trapping books 1 through 3 not spawning in a survivor as a survivor bag loot. Jars of jarred vegetables that spawn as clutter should no longer be uncooked. Fixed ripping clothing producing 1 extra rag/strip. Fixed bandeau clothing items providing as many rags when torn as a t-shirt. Fixed missing health values for several buildable entities. Fixed listing sealed bottles when right-clicking a barrel or another container and selecting add fluid from item. Fixed improper fluid container color comparison in world item atlas.item params.is still valid. Fixed object highlight. Sink being hidden when the counter below is highlighted. Fixed ISO building.rooms possibly containing multiple references to the same room depth. Fixed some oddness with log house side wall rendering. Fixed right click open door causing infinite spamming of action. Fixed zombies not attacking players with cheat.player.see everyone debug option enabled. Fixed the F2 chunk debugger being unable to display all long integers, in this case building.def.id and roomdef.id, which are passed to LUA as double objects. Fixed inconsistencies with pillow detection when sleeping. A pillow in either hand is counted in every sleeping situation. Fixed simple blades providing too much metal when smelted. Fixed is panel joy pad ensure visible not working for elements inside another UI element. This affected the precipitation speed multiplier in the options screen. Fixed an LUA error after pressing the joypad A button when a crafting input was selected in the crafting UI. Fixed
Put your
cap
hands
guns.
together, and I'll mark us with a special sign. It's a symbol of our friendship.
Thank you so much. A Philandria? Thank you for the prime. I need you to pick a color. Dark pink, pink, yellow, purple, dark blue, blue, green, dark green. And I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I'll do diamonds soon. Oh God, where did I leave off? Okay, I think it was down here. Fixed cap guns having a capacity of 6 and not 8. Fixed wooden stakes not being able to be burned. Fixed being able to dismantle hand scythes with 2 different craft recipes. Partial fix that removes all tiles of a multi-tile object when one of them gets removed. Fixed error when trying to place a 3D item while climbing stairs. Fixed animals being able to attack player inside cars. Fixed wrong math with canceling actions while opening doors. Added get item index, returning currently selected item if index is nil. Add item and add unique item. Now accept tooltip arguments instead of requiring the caller check return values and add tooltips after. Fixed duplication issue with rags and bandages. Is washed clothing now validates the item is still in the player's inventory. Right mouse click menu for washing dirty rags only displays rags with a job delta of 0. Any rag with a delta is likely currently being washed. Fixed a bunch of item tags in regards to their incorrect missing smelting characteristics. Yay! Fixed missing half of a tent. An incorrect custom item equals base improvised tent property on another. Fixed excessive array list allocations with calls to ISO metagrid.get zones at. Fixed wooden window frame health. Fixed characters not being able to look around while seated. Fixed cases of invisible zombies and vehicles. Fixed invalid sprite config object messages due to changing the sprite on floors when there are 2 valid floor sprites. Fixed context menu exception being thrown when adding fuel to a full campfire. Fixed twigs and branches from being removed by erosion. Fixed issue where character model was... I think I know what this means. This means the sprites. The sprites of twigs and branches were getting removed by new things growing on top of them. I'm pretty sure that's what that means. Fixed issue where character model was not equipping props when building. Fixed tutorial zombie who is gardening in the field playing wrong sound effect. Fixed zombies spawning in basements beneath the player's spawn building. Fixed issues with the normal hide skirt. Fixed instances of the character not Sauto shoving while using firearms when zombies are near. Fixed plants not being highlighted properly when the wind sprite effects object option is enabled. Fixed some t-shirt clothing items pointing to old t-shirt texture, pointing to an old t-shirt texture. Fixed the large hook items being a short blade weapon and not a small blunt, and rebalance some combat values for it. This only applies to in-hand craft and any surface craft recipes that can only be normally seen in workstation interfaces are on apples and oranges affair. Survival category recipes have all been moved into miscellaneous, and general armor recipes have been moved into tailoring, aside from the welded scrap metal ones, which have been moved into metalworking. Making buckets of concrete are now in masonry and not carpentry. The recipes for cutting bacon in one size into smaller size bacon items are now in cooking and not farming. Purifying water is now in miscellaneous and not medical. Fixed drinkable puddles not correlating with visual puddle on screen. Fixed error with auto learn field for the carve short bat craft recipe. Fix crafted bottle not having the glass bottle tag. Fixed no weather sandbox option not blocking weather generation until weather restarts. Added fog generation during endless blizzards. Added game time is endless day is endless night is night helper methods. Tidied climate manager update, sandbox overrides methods and helpers. Added is zone display, get hours between, and update moon position helper methods. Tidied sandbox helper methods for climate options and initial values for climate overrides. We did it. Oh, just a little bit of 2 hours of reading. This was a big chunky update. Lots of fixes, lots of buffs. Very nice. I'm happy. I'm happy to hear it. Ragdoll's interesting. What are the people saying? What are the people saying? Multiplayer. Multiplayer. It's always what people want. Give us multiplayer. Give us the multiplayer. That's the only update we care about. It's the only update people really want. Give us animals. I just wanted to say, Pro Jenner, thank you for the follow. Jamborina, thank you for the follow. Let's get Panodra. You want purple.
Little pig, let me in.
And then a Philandria. You wanted pink, right? All right, and I guess moment of truth. Let's see if my game updates. Naroon, grats on the 15 stream streak. 1 stock. Grats on the 5 blue juniors. Thank you for the follow. Oh, I don't know why. Reading that whole update made me sleepy. I'm so sleepy now. It's okay. I just need some zombie fighting to wake me up. Philandria, grats on the 7 stream streak. Ooh, that updated so fast. Is that a good sign? Is that a bad sign? That was quick. That is yellow, not pink. Sometimes the yellow, if it's a light color, whatever color the lights currently are is all I see. Okay. All right. All right. Looking good. $36 rabbits. All right. Clay, sand, where? So the way that kind of stuff works, from what I understand, is if you haven't revealed the area on your map, you can get the new sand and clay spawning. But because I've already revealed and saved this whole area and this whole area, I doubt I'll get sand or clay here. But maybe if I journey to this little water body or these water bodies, they would generate with sand and clay near them. But everything that I have loaded in should stay exactly as it is. Otherwise, it can create weird issues. Blacksmithing too now? You know what? Maybe. I'm definitely going to be picking up a bunch of things off of the ground. We're going to see. Oh, I can go to my pile of shame. My pile of shame where I've shamed all the things that can't be smelted. And we can see if we can smelt them now. Oh, bread knives. Why is the fillet knife is an input for a favorited crafting recipe? Oh, God. Carving a baseball bat, I assume. Any items lost? I mean, I don't think so. Everything is looking good right now. At least around the base. I mean, I have my house. I have my rabbits. I think I'm copacetic. All right, I'm going to go hang these up. Ethelandria? Irish 451? And Panodra, you've all been marked with a special sign. All right, let's check something out because one of the new things they changed was removing the napping recipe with these big ass stones and only giving us a masonry recipe. All right, well, first thing that I see as a problem is I think you used to be able to smash a stone with a stone, smash a large stone with a small stone, and now we can't do that. Also can't smash a large stone with a crafted stone hammer. Now we can only use kind of a high tier item. Block mace. Club hammer is probably the lowest tier item on this list. So if you can get your hands on a club hammer, that might be super useful. And then a stone maul. Luckily, I have a stone maul, but that is a huge setback for players that have not
Little
ground
pig, little
out
pig. Let me
the
in.
napping skill, which gives you this item. I just wanted to check if I do where did I leave my stone maul? Is it over here? There we go. I just want to see if this gives me napping XP or if it just gives me masonry XP. Oh, it's taking a long time. Gives me 2 masonry XP. All right. So that kind of sucks. That kind of sucks. I mean, it's not going to affect me, but it'll definitely affect characters that are starting out, you know, from scratch, basically. And someone was asking, how do you level napping now? You're going to be making this and this. Flint flakes are now crucial. Absolutely crucial. You can only use flint nodules if you have 0 level napping to level up your napping skill. So you're going to do flint nodule into flint flake and then flint flake into stone awl. So you're just going to need to mass produce stone awls, I guess, to get your first level 1 napping. That's a little painful. I expect Indie Stone will probably revisit that. Oh, and sorry, I forgot. I need to restart YouTube. All right, let me. Do I really care? Do I really care? Let me just change YouTube title. All right, we're all set. Hi, Claire. I just missed your reading. What point was the most interesting to me? Snow fills up rain barrels. Most interesting update. Snow filling rain barrels. Amazing. Amazing. All right, let's see if they fixed the oldest bug I know about. This has been around since build 40. All right. Have they fixed it? No, they haven't. All right. If you want a real secret, a real deep cut, I bet nobody at Indie Stone even knows this. Only you and me. Look at this. What do I have equipped? I have a nose ring equipped. What is on my character's nose right now? That is a nose stud. Now, if I go over here and I equip the nose stud, and then I update. Update our model. Now, it's a nose ring. The models are switched for these two items. All right, there you go. The more you know. Most of the time, you can't even see it, which is why I assume it gets overlooked. But if you want to do the old trick, make yourself a little custom character portrait. Then you'll notice. Then you'll notice. Unplayable. It's my favorite little indie game secret. Did snow not fill rain barrels before? It has never filled rain barrels. There used to be a mod, and the mod was like, snow fills rain barrels, and it was the only thing. Now snow will fill apparently all open containers that can collect rain. It just gathers at a much slower rate, which, you know, that seems fine to me. All right, I don't think we have any food. All right. So if you weren't here last stream, after spending more time investigating the crossroads, the blob is gone. Where has the blob gone? I don't know, but I'm guessing the blob is over here now. Drawn in by the house alarm. I think the blob has moved. But it does require further investigation. But I believe the blob has journeyed over here now. But I am making some pretty quick work of the crossroads. This might be... The road to McCoy's might actually be happening. And the other big thing, this is why, this is why we had an update. Every time I do a little bit of metalworking, all of a sudden an update pops out. So here we have it. I achieved, or I guess more Turtle achieved, metalworking 1 yesterday. Oh my gosh, so fantastic. I have blacksmithing tongs. I can make nails. Absolutely fantastic. Oh, I already have 22 XP. Look at that. 22 XP. Blacksmithing tongs. Just let me kind of look. Let me kind of look at these recipes. All right, still, I was worried. I'm not worried. I was wondering about this. I was like, since they've been tweaking everything, can we use regular tongs? No. I need more charcoal. Let me chop a tree or two. I don't know if I enjoy the new green star. So I'm getting the green star because I have a bunch of recipes favorited, and anything that's used in those recipes, the game is like saying like, hey, look, you like this item. I don't know. Let me see if I get used to it. All right, so I think I'm just going to do a little bit of foraging and a little bit of exploration. There are quite a few foraging tweaks and changes based on seasonality. Last winter, I was able to forage food and crops even outside of like regular crop growing seasons. So I guess I'm going to explore that. Can I still forage bait for my rabbit traps, or is it all over? Is that done and dusted? Am I just going to have to be happy with my 36 rabbits? Am I going to have to do a lot more fishing? No more foraging random bait? Well, we've got a September mango. Do we have any more winter bananas? Ooh, not sure if you saw, but the first shoulder bump on zombies is unsafe now. It turns your character right back into the horde, so be careful. Interesting. All right, well, there's broccoli. All right, so just forage a potato, please. Oh my gosh, I foraged these mushrooms and they rotted immediately. Okay. Got a radish over here, more broccoli. Another radish. This is not what I want. I want rabbit bait. Rabbit bait. Radishes are, I think they're, oh, here's a potato. Excellent. -7? That's a small potato. I guess that did seem like something they were fixing. You used to get giant, lots of hunger reduce. Like I'd get potatoes that were like -41 hunger.
Little pig, let
And
me in.
that seems to have been changed. No more -41 hunger potatoes. Welcome in, Mr. And party, yeah. Thank you for the follows. Fan of cards, grats on the 30 stream streak. Darthadius, grats on the 7. Von Lex, thank you for the follow.
Little pig, let me in.
Her butter knives. Butter knives are always smeltable. Gotta find out if the bread knives and the kitchen knives are. Alright, I'm gonna chop down some of these small trees. Better give me a log, goddammit. Alright, I feel like that took less hits.
Little pig, let me in.
Alright, 3 hits for a log. Not that bad, but the fact that we are exhausted. I mean, that's the real killer. Muscle strain plus exhaustion. I mean, I know it's realistic. Chopping down trees is not light work, but in the context of PZ, where trees grow faster than normal, it sucks big time. What up, Professor Boondoggle? Thank you for the follow. Did they end up adding books for other melee weapons? No. And I honestly don't know if Indie Stone would do that. Right, carry this home. They have books for longsword? Yes. They have books for longsword, they have a book for reloading, and then they have books for aiming. I think the reason they added books for those weapons is that Longblade is a difficult class of item to get. It's like a later game item that you get, and to compensate for, you know, by the time your character can make Longblade items, the game's probably been going for a while, so to speed up your leveling process, they give you a book for it. But I don't know if they have plans on expanding to the other weapon skills. No update regarding multiplayer. It's the only update people care about, and there's no news. But we did have a nice big chunky bug fixing, balancing. Balancing update, so that's nice. Cut down a tree IRL with a chainsaw. Axe is too much work. I mean, I know it's a lot of work, but at the end of the day, we don't have chainsaws. And sometimes you need to chop like 40 trees. I feel like I'm just gonna be a lumberjack every time I play. Every time I play, I must be a lumberjack. How do you keep yourself invested after a year of in-game time? You usually drop off after 3 to 4 months. So I have big dreams in Project Zomboid. Like the first 3 to 4 months, I'm normally just getting my feet, you know, getting a small base set up. I always have dreams of making, oh gosh, it's so weird. Sorry, the slow pan when I press C is a new thing I have to get used to. I always have big plans of making bases all over the place. At least one in like every town, I feel like is a good goal. I want complete, total map domination. So if you've ever watched The Walking Dead, there's a character named Morgan. And at one point in the series, he's obsessed with clearing his town of zombies. And I kind of take that, like, mindset. I take that mindset kind of into my Project Zomboid play. I want to, like, dominate. I want to be the zombie killer. So I either prefer to play with either zombie respawn off, higher populations of zombies, zombie respawn off, or my favorite way to play is zombie respawn set to its maximum amount, which is a year. So it takes a year for 10% of the zombies I've killed to respawn. That way the world stays kind of fresh and engaging. And I just always have stuff to do. There's always another big task in my to-do list. But, so that's a little bit of a multi answer. I like big goals. And then I also like making the sandbox settings kind of difficult and grindy. So it takes a lot of effort to achieve said goals. I am filled with a sense of pride and accomplishment. Right. Oh, hello, watermelon. Have a tasty treat. -3 hunger. I mean, I guess that's fair. Watermelon is mostly water. -3 hunger. Although, hunger is different than calories, so I would definitely feel incredibly full if I ate an entire watermelon. So maybe hunger could get pushed up a little. Because you just ate a whole entire watermelon and you're still hungry. Prep an omelet. Got all these seeds to put away. Oh, look, a pin. I don't need that. Rotten mushrooms in there. Dog's bane. You're going there. Somehow still have more seeds. Get all these seeds out of my bag. I understand balancing aspects, but to me, it's either books for all weapons or books for... or no books for weapons. Yeah, maybe they'll add it in. I prefer gameplay first mechanics and I prefer gameplay first over realism. That's where I tend to default to. So it makes the gameplay better, so it doesn't bother me too much. Alright, I want to season the shit out of this omelet. Too bad I don't have cheese. Oh my gosh, foraging food is kind of awful right now. It obviously needs more investigation, but mushrooms give only 7 hunger. Radishes are giving 1 to 2 hunger. Carrot giving -4. Broccoli giving -7 to -4. Wilderness characters are going to have a very tough time if they do not know how to fish day 1. They're going to have a very rough time. Can you craft cheese? I don't think you can craft cheese yet. They just added powdered milk. So I'm assuming we'll be able to craft cheese eventually. There's an item, I think, that is called a cheese cloth. So Indie Stone's definitely thinking about it. How did you maintain weight of the character while living in the woods? Rabbits. I started rabbit trapping here. Sit down and be quiet. All right. There we go. No more huffing and puffing. Thank you, turtle. Whatever. You just chopped down 3 trees and carried all the logs home on your back. Shut up. Shut up, noisy survivor. How dare you be winded after I made you do things that would be impossible for me to do in real life. How dare you? Be quiet. I don't want to hear your mouth breathing. So mean. So mean. It's true, though. I hate hearing her. Jeez, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Hyperventilating doesn't give you more oxygen. All right. They didn't say anything about rabbits having better meat. So, or sorry, not rabbits, raccoons having better meat. So let's hope. Let's hope the real bug got fixed and they just didn't talk about it. No more rodent meat for raccoons, please. So by wilds, they mean everything foraged? Yes. See how it says broccoli wild? Anything with the wild tag, but also seemingly mushrooms might have been a little nerfed too. This is just initial foraging, you know? So we take everything with a massive dose of salt. But foraged food does look like it's reducing less hunger in all categories. But we'll see, we'll see. I foraged 2 mushrooms, 1 foraging mushroom attempt. They were both rotten. The other foraging mushroom attempt, they were both small hunger reduction. Whereas before I was getting multiple uses out of mushrooms. Seem to only get 1 now. All right, you really need food. It's kind of late though. I've missed evening fishing. Let me look at the rabbits. Let me look. Can't play PZ anymore. I posted a picture of it in Discord. There are no words on the right side of the main menu. I don't know. I haven't had any issues. You should definitely verify the integrity of your game files and definitely unsubscribe from any mods you are currently subscribed to and see if that fixes your issue. All right, I might be eating you. I heard... Oh my gosh, she's pregnant again. All right, 7 baby. 7 baby rabbit. And preg. She just ran off and all her babies follow her. Then we have the 7 kg rabbit who had 3 babies who were huge. Look at these. This one baby, 1.1 kg. That you had giant babies. You get to live forever. I am never killing you, 7 kg mama rabbit. And then Kerbanog is still too young. All right, we have the babies, which apparently can't be butchered anymore for meat. Okay, so juvenile weight is rising. Started out 1.29 kg and is now 2.2 kg. Let me check the other one. All right, this one's 4.5 kg. Still not going up. I need one of these to become no longer juvenile. I just want to see if there's a weight increase from when they're juvenile to when they're an adult. 5.23, that's the same. Still juvenile, okay. And I have my male babies. All right, where was that one adult female swamp rabbit? I think it was you. It's gonna be great for us scrubs. We will all die of hunger. You'll just need to forage a lot more food. I mean, just look at the watermelon. The watermelon had like crazy food values. -3 hunger per slice of watermelon. That makes a watermelon slice barely better than a radish. All right, hello, bunny. Thank you for your sacrifice. Definitely busting out the flashlight. Butcher swamp rabbit. Oh, I don't need this noise. I didn't need any of this squishing noise. What am I doing? Rustling around? I guess I am rustling around in its innards. Ugh. Sounds so juicy. I don't think it's supposed to be that juicy. I don't... Ah! And I got one poor -2 hunger piece of meat? That's not looking good, folks. That's not looking good at all. And that was, of my rabbits, that was kind of like a heavier weight one. All right, you definitely need to do some fishing in the morning. So let's wash you up. And then they added all these new categories for washing, which is kind of cool, but I just now have to do way more clicking instead of wash all clothing. They need a wash all button. Because normally I want to wash it all. All right, go to sleep. Fishing or bust, but also if you don't fish right, it's more punishing. Wasn't that a note? Yes. Yes. Fishing is apparently more punishing than it used to be, so... and you slept kind of a long time. We're not going to have a huge time to fish. All right, we have that. Let's grab some rotten bait. Can't cast as far out anymore either. All right, I'm going to try to aim for there. Equip in both hands. Do not eat the rotten, uncooked. All right, can I reach out here? No. Can't reach out there, so I guess docks are way more important. I don't know if this is 7 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know. I don't know if that counts as 7 tiles away for the bonus. Oh. Okay, aggressive fish. Means big fish, hopefully. Oh, get out of the no-no area. This better be a huge fish. Okay, minus 73. That is honestly not bad. Let's try to get another one.
Put your hands together, and I'll mark us with a special sign. It's a symbol of our friendship.
It's a symbol of our friendship. Hellstorm. 1.5 years. Enjoy your new cow print. Cow print milk carton. And please pick a color. Purple, yellow, blue, dark green, green, dark blue, dark pink, pink. Go to the Steam discussion forum under support. Someone found a fix for it. You had the same issue of your game not working out. John says are not loading properly. John says they had the same issue. Exited Steam, rebooted PC, worked fine. Also had windowed mode was disabled. Also had window mode was enabled somehow, which you don't usually do. Alligator gar. Could be bigger. All right, I think this is okay. I think this is okay for today. This should be food enough for now, but I think fishing, maybe that was just a fluke bad rabbit that gave me, it weighed like 5.43 kg, and it gave me a -2 hunger piece of meat. So that was one of my larger rabbits. Oh my gosh, we can carve the wooden dice. That excites me so much. Can we carve a spork? Ugh, fish guts. What are fish guts for? Can I bait a fishing net trap with fish guts? Can I cook fish guts? Probably just fishing bait, yeah. Ew. Why didn't that have a super gross sound, Indie Stone? Why just the rabbit? Alright, light that fire and let's get some food in you. Yeah, chum sand is needed for baiting fish traps. Okay, alrighty. Which, I mean, I don't know a lot about fishing, but that does seem slightly weird to me to bait a trap with sand. Alright. Notched wooden plank plus wooden rod. Let's go. Get that food. What is the color I need most? Either blue or dark blue, Hellstorm. Ooh, that's a nice thunk sound. Dropping that. I noticed a nice thunk noise when I dropped my backpack. That was very atmospheric. Alright, that is cooked. Go ahead, eat your delicious -29 hunger omelet. Oh no, I have to... Okay, I saved you. I saved you in time. I didn't sneeze directly into the microphone. You're welcome. You want some dark blue? We're getting some of the last dark blue in the stack. People make catfish chum around here using chicken gizzards and canned dog food. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Fish guts could be some type of bait. Or maybe if you're desperate, you could eat the fish guts. I'm going to look at the chum recipe next. Hellstorm, you've been marked with a special sign. Thank you so much. Crafting chum. It's still just sand. Let's look at tailoring real quick. I just want to carve a wooden mask. How horrifying. Divide shoulder pads. Knit a sweater. Make a duct tape holster. Dude, can we make a duct tape wallet? I'm pretty sure that was my, like, 14-year-old birthday activity. I had everyone make wallets out of duct tape. Oh my gosh, you can make a tarp hat. I love that. Oh my gosh, I want to make a tarp hat. Where is it? You can make burlap now. Oh, we got our spike armor. We need a motorcycle helmet, small leather. Motorcycle helmet, football shoulder pads. Nothing with the raccoon skulls yet, it looks like. So the bandolier requires tailoring 4. So furred hide coat. So hide coat. Knee pads are new, tailoring 5. Oh my gosh, the sheepskin vest. That looks so cute. The tarp fanny pack. All right, let me go to all. I just want to look up burlap. All right, you must need a crafting station to turn burlap into, or turn dog's bane into burlap. All right, I know you're starving, turtle. Three pieces of fish, a radish, piece of broccoli, mushroom. Season it with some violets. There you go. Minus 41 hunger. Not too bad.
Little pig, let me in.
Welcome in, little Lavos. All right, gotta wait till she's hungry again to feed her. Okay, time is ticking away. Let's make you a new baseball bat. Let's make some reinforced can baseball bats, and I will double check. Did they add add railroad spike baseball bat. Because that one was missing too. And now I can have the Battle of the Bats. Yeah, still won't sit in that chair. There you go. It is because the side was blocked. All right. Spike. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, I can't. Oh, all right. Shouldn't a maul be in here? I need either a block mace or a club hammer to make this. I can't use a crafted stone maul to do this. Seems like a little bit of an oversight. All right, so I still can't make the rail spiked bat because I need either a sledgehammer, a club hammer, or a block mace. So no railroad spiked bat. What about the reinforced? I need 3 rags or denim. Do you think rags contribute to the overall durability of the crafted weapon? Would it be better to use leather strips? I'm going to assume it doesn't matter. Let's go. Oh, thank you for the redirect last night. Hey, no worries, Slater Days. Thanks for hanging out. We gotta let the rat race grow. You've noticed no difference? All right, cool. This is supposed to take 8 in-game minutes. All right, and then I'm not done yet, sorry. I want to make my nail baseball bat. And then I just want to compare these two. This is how I'm going to level up carpentry. Just making spiked bats. Little tasty treat. All right. Equip both hands. Actually, unequip. Let's just look at these side by side. This one was a little hurt before I turned it into this bat, so that's why the condition is a little lower. It does look like I get better damage with the spiked, with the nail baseball bat. So... Oh, it looks cool, though. That looks pretty sick. Look at that model. Dude, it's like I'm wielding a mace. All right. Make some salad to take with us. Go ahead and eat this one right now. I think, need to be headed home. We still have getting left over with like 0 worth of an ingredient. I was hoping that got fixed, but that's still there. You're left with almost nothing, but a little bit of something, I'm assuming. All right, look at that. Positive weight gain. All right, let's pick up the pace. Get out of here and get out of here fast. Third time could be the charm. 16x is so punishing. I thought it was so funny when you were last night, when you were like, there are more zombies here than I anticipated. That's how I feel. Like, that's how I felt the entire time I was playing. Like, when I first started doing 16x, I was always like, damn, there are a lot of zombies here. Every time. I was like, holy smokes. And that's just how it goes. Like, even now, I still have to remind myself that where there used to be 1 zombie, there are now 16 zombies. That's basically what 16x, like, you know, means. Wherever there used to be 1 zombie, there are now 16. So, if there used to be 10 zombies somewhere, that's 160 zombies. Used to be 1,000 zombies somewhere. 16,000 zombies are there now. It's just, it boggles the mind. But specifically for Rat Race, I think you just have to get somewhere where you can like lay your head and get clean water. That's like the first step. And then you got to worry about the helicopter event. You're back. Dishes are done. Nice. It looks like plum sinks give clean water again. I mean, it's been a little bit back and forth with clean water on sinks. But yes, they should be working better than ever. One of the issues was like mixed water, a little bit of like tainted water, and a little bit of clean water would throw it off. So they should be working. Also, snow should fill up your rain barrels, which is huge. All right. Let's see what you give me, raccoon. Thank you for your sacrifice. Oh, so squishy. All right, they still don't give bones. Gave 6 pieces of road. Okay, so they're the same basically. Haven't been touched. But apparently now raccoons will lie down. As someone who watched their father butcher rabbits, it's not that juicy. I mean, I've watched enough alone that I know, like, pro butcher people who are great at butchering rabbits just, like, slice, you know, make a little slice and then, like, pull the skin off like it's a glove, essentially. It's a one simple, clean movement. All right. Oh, this is taking all day. All right. Vamonos. I want to get to the crossroads and have a little peek. He trapped and hunted. No animal was that juicy. Other things to point out. I didn't get any sinew from the raccoon. Didn't get any sinew from the rabbit. So you must need medium or larger animals to get sinew from. Sinew is apparently a new thread type that can be used in multiple recipes. That looks a little cleaner. I like our UI set up like that. All right, I want to see if we got those new zombie ragdolls. Update said they should only work for cars and firearms, but Rip said they are here for melee, so let's see. Oh, I'm so glad the new update didn't break anything for me. Sorry to anyone it broke stuff for, but very happy my shit didn't break. Knock on wood. We could still get crashes, you know? Oh my gosh, we can wash ourselves out of buckets now. Not enough water to do everything, but that is actually really good to know. That's actually super helpful in dealing with fear of blood. Oh my gosh, that's so nice. So if I can just, I can just get a bunch of buckets, like four paint buckets. 4 or 5 paint buckets, and I will have enough water to wash myself, so... Line the path? I was just thinking I could make a bucket station at the crossroads, and once I get the crossroads cleared, I can start, you know, camping there, washing. Now the only issue is going to be food. If I can't get decent food from rabbits, that means fishing is my only option. Maybe I just had a really bad rabbit. Maybe I just had a terrible butchering luck roll. Sometimes you get a really good butchering luck roll, and you'll get like a bunch of prime meat and a bunch of average. Maybe I just got the opposite. We rolled a 1 when butchering, even though butchering skill, I mean, it's 4, almost 5. I guess we're still in below average territory. What up, like a Quinn? That bunny was eating Doritos and cola only. It was in there eating raccoon dung. That's what it was doing. Made it sick. Alright. Eat the salad. Mask on. That is all of my fish. All right. Zombies light up now. Can you change that color in options? Yes. What color do I want? Maybe white. I think that'll be good for night. Ooh, and then I haven't tested it, but let's just assume kitchen knives and bread knives and carving forks are all, and steak knives are all smeltable now. I mean, I think I'm going to wait until some of the bodies disappear. It'll make picking things up easier. But yeah, I've been doing a lot of fighting over here in the crossroads. We might even be working our way up to McCoy's. All right, we're getting 1-taps. All right, they do kind of fly back, don't they? Interesting. The blob is no more? I think the blob has relocated. So, when I was over here in Dixie, the 3rd building I looted had a house alarm. The house alarm with my sound settings is definitely in range of the blob. So I think the blob heard the house alarm and went doot, 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 and is now sitting over here. I haven't gone back to Dixie since said house alarm went off, I've been exploring the crossroads, and the crossroads had a good chunk of zombies in it. I mean, you can see by all the dead bodies, but nothing crazy, nothing that we couldn't, you know, actually fight. No frame rate dropping anymore just by being near this area, so I don't plan currently on looting any of these buildings here. Again, I'm trying to avoid a house alarm. I'm going straight to straight to McCoy's from here. McCoy's is going to be the first building I enter since triggering the house alarm at Dixie. That probably lessens my odds for I keep saying Dixie when I mean McCoy's. McCoy's is going to be the first house I enter since that Dixie house alarm. And hopefully that'll give me better odds of that house not having a house alarm. I don't think it will, but we can just hope. You can't have 2 house alarms back to back, right? That would be crazy. There could also be cars, you know. Cars could trigger an alarm, so that's a little out. The cars are out of my control. Entering a house is in my control. But yeah, slaughtered all these zombies. Trying to get enough stuff to scrap. Alarms giveth and taketh away. Yes. Alarms. I think the blob will always be with me. It's just going to follow me from, you know, alarm to alarm, basically. Alright, I see exhaustion. Fighting until I see muscle strain. Alright, that worked out. It just popped up. I should honestly be running home, though. Alright, group up some zombies. So it might be a little easier fighting. May the blob be with you, and also with you. Sorry I missed getting back into the crossroads. I'll have to watch on the YouTubes. It was mainly just last stream. Just All these bodies. All these bodies. But yeah, last stream was a really fun one. Especially coming off of the devastation of putting like multiple streams worth of work into Dixie and then having it all go up in smoke because of a house alarm and just basically having to bail away from the area. It was so nice to discover that the Crossroads were not full of zombies, or weren't full of an unreasonable amount of zombies anymore. Does the van work? No. The van has no gas, and I can't get into it. So I could smash a window. I couldn't get into the Spiffo van or the red van. But I don't plan on, even if I could, even if those cars had gas and a working battery, I would not drive them right now. Vehicle noise is 10 times. Like, I looked at the Spiffo van, the vehicle loudness was like 548. Just crazy high. Did you turn on rag dolling? I did. The patch notes said there wouldn't be, it wasn't enabled for melee, but I don't know. Zombies do look like they fall backwards with a little more pizzazz than they used to. I need a tiny car. I need one of those like tiny two-door darts with a really good muffler. And then I might do a little driving. Just calling in zombies from 1,600 tiles away. No biggie. Yeah, if I drive a car, the blob is going to find me. Wow, it's about to be October. Year 2 is ticking on by. I feel like you just had your 1-year anniversary. Your 1-year birthday. All right, and we gotta go all the way home. Because I definitely have to fish in the morning, or I may not have any food. Right? Wash all clothing. Wash all weapons. Wash all containers. I like to pick up and replace my fishing net trap in hopes that I reset its break chance. All right, slept for 3 hours and 50 minutes. Okay. Fishing rod. Don't trust old bait, only trust new bait. Alright, cannot fish. Probably can't reach those ripples. Maybe these. Maybe this one right here. And now we wait. You solved your issue. Had to erase all Zomboid folder from a hard drive except saves. Glad you got it fixed. I scanned the PZ Discord briefly. We should be getting a hot fix tomorrow-ish. All that gets stored in your hard drive under user. All right, there's my bobber. How are the new ragdoll physics? I'm just fighting with melee. I don't know if they've been implemented for melee, although the zombies do appear to be falling backwards with a little more pizzazz. They fall backwards with their arms up like that. So, but you should mainly see it if you're using firearms or driving. I can't do either of those things in my game. They said in the update, no ragdoll, no melee ragdolls, but I watch Trade Splatter, watch what it looks like when I fight zombies. Because it does look like there's a little extra oomph to them than there was before. I don't remember zombies like arms up falling backwards. But that is why I'm unsure, though, because they specifically said that melee ones were not implemented. I don't think I'll get a 50-degree winter eco. I'm playing on a very cold, like very dry weather setting, so that's why it's below freezing at the end of September. Can I please get one fish? Come on, game. One fish. Had to reconfigure the game, but all good now. Had a weird interaction. It hit his head with a short bat. He stayed stunned for 1.5 seconds approximately, and then fell back like if he was drunk. Just the brainstem checking in. Like, are we dead? I think we're dead. Okay, time to fall over. You don't use the campfire to counter the cold debuff? No. In my book, that's cheating. In my book, that's cheating. I know they ruled it as fair for the rat race settings, but I don't think, I mean, the cold, part of the cold is it's supposed to be punishing and it's supposed to hurt you. If you can trick the game into thinking it's not cold. It just seems like an exploit to me. But it's just a personal thing. I don't care if other people do it. Am I losing my mind? Is this thing moving? Or is it just the water? It's just the water tricking me. You can build a shed to fish inside. So the cold is supposed to affect nature. By making my character warm, it's not going to make the fish bite faster. To me, that's just tricking the game into thinking it's warm, which makes the fish bite faster. The cold penalty for fishing isn't that my character's cold, it's that the world is cold. If I had an indoor fishing pond, then maybe I would say it's okay. Special little indoor fishing pond, but like this, I just won't use it. I mean, maybe if Turtle was starving and I keep getting like only -2 hunger meat from my rabbits, then I might do it. To prevent death, I would do it. It could be that your hands are freezing, but my character isn't freezing. My character is, I mean, she's a little cold right now, but my character's coldness in the summertime, I mean, you can do whatever you want, Lunatico. It's just for me. It's just my personal preference not to do that. It just, the cold penalty is just a debuff for fishing. Alright, I don't trust old bait. Give me that new bait and let's see if we can catch one more fish. Takes forever for it to warm up in the morning. And try to do manual labor with freezing hands. If that was the case, then fish should bite at the same standard rate, but it should be more difficult for my character to reel them in. Not it makes fish bite less frequently. Yeah, it's def not intended. Bet it gets fixed eventually. It might be hard to fix. I don't know how temperature is like coded in this game. And my character is wearing gloves right now, so they've got pretty warm hands. What about Inuits that ice fish? They catch lots of fish. I would say that's probably the environment. You've got fish who are used to freezing cold temperatures and versus fish in Kentucky. I'll say this again. I've watched enough Alone to know that fishing in winter, even in Alaska, is more difficult. That's where I think most of my wilderness knowledge like that comes from. I've seen those people suffer trying to fish out on the ice, checking their lines that they leave. All right, temperature's finally normal. I'm gonna wait till 8 and we'll see if we can get another fish. I might need to just start coming home earlier in the evening because evening fishing will have a better temperature. All right, here's a big one. And you basically caught yourself running into the bank. All right, 63 centimeter catfish. That's looking extra chunky. Thank you so much. Got you. Let's slice them up.
Little pig, let me in.
Now, they said something about a cutting board. That you could make a cutting board now. Carve cutting boards. Does a cutting board help in any way? For like filleting? Like if I have a cutting board near me, will that give me like a bonus to processing meat? All right, we didn't get anything. Remove, replace. Have some water. Light this fire. Get some food. A cutting board, it's a flat surface you can take with you. I don't know. I don't know if it'll count as a crafting table if you take it with you. That would be interesting. Coraline.8. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. The rat race is really difficult sandbox settings. And then plus kind of 3 impossible goals. You've got to max out all of your character's skills. You've got to kill 1,000,000 zombies here. So that means fire kills and car kills don't count. And then you need to turn 12 different churches into a safe house, basically. So food, water, bed, generator, a car, a getaway car. So you know, my personal best for a character is 3 bases and 50,000 zombie kills. So I would like to hit 100,000 on this character. I'd like to beat, well, I guess I should start smaller. I'd like to beat my old PB and then 100,000. That would be nice. All right, and smelting was changed. So now you smelt iron, smelt medium iron item, and then you cast an iron bar from your crucible. And then you basically fill up a crucible and then, okay. All right, you need to be moved over here. I don't want to accidentally smelt anything in that bag.
Little pig, let me in.
Where are you getting to? I must have the mason's trowel on me. This is not looking good. This is not looking good. Can I not smelt? Steak knives? Can I still not smelt steak knives? Are they still not in the area? We got hand forks, but no gardening trowels still. I'm seeing... I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing steak knives, fillet knives. I'm not seeing trowels. I'm not seeing carving forks. They said they added a bunch of items, but I'm not really seeing anything, maybe anything that really jumps out as a new smeltable item. At least not any of the things I was hoping to smelt. Maybe I just need a better furnace. They did say something about the medium furnace. I mean, this is the only furnace between... There's advanced forge, advanced furnace, then there's primitive furnace, and then there's simple furnace. So this would be the medium furnace. I don't know. Do you have to disassemble the knives first? I mean, I can check. You think I can't smelt it because it's made of steel? I don't think I can disassemble it. I can disassemble the kitchen knife. I can't disassemble the steak knife. And I don't know if I buy the argument about steel versus iron. Like, why a hand fork and not a gardening trowel? Why a paring knife and not a kitchen knife? All right, so it's just none of that stuff has been added. I don't think we can do the broken iron pipe either. See if they added the spatula. Don't know if I can do the scrap metal. Okay, broken pipe has been added. That's nice. And that's a medium item. Still just... Still just that. I thought you were cooked. And doesn't look like I can do the scrap metal either. All right. So might just need the advanced furnace for all of that. And that just requires getting to McCoy's as always. The road to McCoy's. All right, let's make some delicious fish salad. Because that weight was dropping. With just a hint of rodent meat. All right, let's go. I thought I'd be on my way to McCoy's. I mean, I am, but I still have to get food every day. Still have to bathe my character every day. And rabbit meat is looking pretty bad right now. Disappointing pile of shame. I know, I just started to pick up all my bread knives, hoping I could smelt them. If anyone has an advanced furnace set up, if you could, I guess, report back if you can smelt the bread knives, steak knives, fillet knives, meat cleavers. That would be good information to know. You've deleted all of your mods and you've uninstalled the game. It's still doing the same thing after you reinstalled it. No words on the main screen. Check the official Discord, Odie. Someone was saying that there might be some workarounds posted there, the official Project Zomboid Discord. There also might be a hotfix patch coming out tomorrow. That might solve your issue. Yeah, we gotta get 12 different churches have to be reclaimed as survivor strongholds. Oh no, did I read that right? Walkie-talkies are 3D now? They are, Eerie. They are. No more 2D walkies.
Little pig, let me in.
That should be the link to the official Indie Stone Discord. Mega Jabak. Thank you for the follow. Rube Bone. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. A little slow, but what's the difference of 2D and 3D walkie-talkies? Is it the image? Yes. So most items have a 3D image, but walkie-talkies still had like a flat 2D image when dropped. Most items in PZ have 3D images. Jelly beans? I don't know if they've updated jelly beans. I might be able to show you what I mean when I get back home. I do have jelly beans. There's also an option. I can never remember. Where is the 2D option? It's got to be under display and performance, right? Oh, display 3D items. So, here are the 2D items. It can be helpful for finding stuff. If you're having performance issues due to having way too many items everywhere, it can be helpful to ease lag. But the 3D items are just more fun. Just want to make sure she's fully rested before getting in a big zombie fight. I did some shouting over by the parking lot. Yeah, I can't tell. Does that fall look a little weird? I feel like it looks a little weird. Or not weird in a bad way, but just not necessarily normal. But I've also never stared so intently at a zombie dying before. Alright, that's not too bad for all the shouting I did. Anything in your pockets? I didn't really see anything. The game added ragdoll physics, but not in combat? Yes, that is what the patch notes said. But we need someone to do some side-by-side comparison because it does seem a little different.
Hey!
But melee fighting always felt satisfying. The nice thunks when you break a zombie's skull. Ooh, you've got good clothes on you, sir. Unfortunately, you do not have a denim shirt, and that's what I really want. Want another mint condition denim shirt. All right, kitchen knife. That's still not useful to me. All right, can you finally rest up? Get a animation now when using the whistle and harmonica. Yep. They've added some nice stuff. Fleshing out the world, making it more realistic. Adding little bits. Still can't melt down jewelry either. I haven't looked into melting down jewelry. I probably can, but I was only waiting to melt down jewelry for... I needed blacksmithing tongs. Also, you now smelt into a crucible, so I would need like a gold crucible and a silver crucible. Everything's gotta have its own crucible. How are you holding up, Can Reinforced Bat? I mean, I'm not doing as much fighting as I normally would. Oh, don't touch me. Added a door thumper in there. There could be some doors to thump. Alright, you are so hungry. I see it. Have a tasty treat. Got a... What is that? Table leg? Bandana back on. Looks okay. Oh, lots of zombies. Lots of zombies in the trees. All right, come on down. Come on down, zombies. Right this way. Just casually making salad next to a zombie. Nothing tastes sweeter than a salad made on the road. Get a little zombie blood as dressing. And of course, right after doing a big pull, character is tired. So come over here, sit. Let them catch up to you. You know, canned reinforced bat, pretty, almost as good. All right, we can still moonwalk. Yes! Never patch this out of the game, Indie Stone. right. I'm done showing off. How many revolutions can you complete moonwalking? Gotta flex those moonwalking skills. A little spooky.
Little pig, let me in.
Salut, c'est quoi ce connage? Who did this? I did this. Turtle did this. C'est moi. C'est moi. Je parle un peu le français. Very, very badly. Foxen, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Sorry, thought it's a French stream. I mean, that's okay. It's a French name.
Pig, let me in.
Claire is very French, especially spelled with the E at the end. Haircut? No. Claw clip. Yeah, that's why. No, it makes sense. You do have kind of a French vibe. I mean, I'll take it. Love some French fashion. Claire is a more British name. I mean, the Brits and the French probably hate to hear it, but I feel like the people who distinguish the most between the British and the French are the British and the French. Everywhere else, you're kind of similar. Don't hate me. Don't hate me. I'm just I'm just saying France and the UK are very close. They have a lot of interconnected history. Very similar. Any tips you can give for new players? Yes. You walk faster than zombies. So if you're getting out of breath, tired, save some of your stamina and just walk away. Only run in short bursts when you're starting out. Or if you're like me and you are super far away from home through a zombie cleared area, you can start running. Weed Miner 420. Thank you for the follow. Bust out the wine and cheese. We don't got no cheese and peasy. What are other good tips? You want to get as many weapons as possible early on. Like the better. Like the better the weapon, grab it. You can start out with frying pans and, you know, kitchen knives or anything from your first house. It's always best early on to prioritize like a single combat skill versus getting, you know, a little bit of short blade, a little bit of short blunt, a little bit of axe. You might have to do that early on because you can't get a lot of a singular weapon type. But as soon as you can start getting a lot of a singular weapon type, try to prioritize leveling up that weapon type to 10 first. Because the faster you level, the better you'll be. So it helps a lot if you focus your leveling, especially when it comes to combat. Best new player tip, you will die. Accept this. True. True. Very true. Am I playing solo? Yes. I'm doing build 42.8 unstable right now. It does not have multiplayer. At least not yet. Yeah, you need to boil the water. You can boil it in cans. You can boil it in pots. I don't know if you can... You used to be able in Build 41 to boil water in glass bottles. I don't know if they've ever added that back in to Build 42. What? I didn't get anything. Man, that thing went stale already. Oh my gosh, I actually ran out of fuel for my fire. God damn it. Alright, take all the scrap wood. Take the broken baseball bats. Are you full now? Yeah, you're looking full now. All right, light fire, notched wooden plank. Let's do it again. How do you zoom in on the face in the stats tab? This is the makeup menu. You can pull this menu up by using foundation makeup. And then you can go eyes for like a super close up or full face. And then I hide the makeup menu behind my foraging tab since I almost always have my foraging tab up. It's just a little trick you can do so you can have your own custom portrait. And this, you have to manually update it. So if I take my bandana off, I mean, you see my bandana's off, I put it back on, it's not going to update it. But if you put on makeup, it'll update it for you. I kind of like it because I prefer seeing my character, oh god, without their bandana on. Alright, go ahead and wash everything. Get all squeaky clean. Now you can go to sleep. Are you playing a long time with this character? Yes. My character is 1 year, 2 months, 27 days. She's accumulated quite a bit of skills. And I've been playing her since the 42.5 patch. Basically launch of the 42.5 patch. Man, I've been committing to my shoes because I just don't stomp anymore, and I like the boost they give to running. How are guns in Brutal? So I haven't really done anything with guns. On my Brutal sandbox settings, all zombies are pinpoint hearing. So if I fire a gun, a shotgun is equivalent to a helicopter event. So I am not firing any guns. I also have super low loot settings with part of the sandbox settings. So look, this is all the ammunition I've gathered up. I have a loaded magazine. I have 18 rounds of 9mm. I have 345, and I've got 21 shotgun shells. I've got some extra. I've got some Magnum pistols with some ammo in it. But yeah, 9mm is like the most abundant ammo I've got.
Little pig, let me in.
All right, I'm gonna make this one a little extra seasoned since we ate that crayfish and it gave us depression. What is the helicopter event? You've heard but never found one? So the helicopter event occurs after 5 to 10 days alive in your worlds. Only at the start of the game, unless you change your sandbox settings to make it sometimes or often. And it's just, you don't see a helicopter, but you hear it. It's a really loud sound event that'll spawn in near your character. And it'll do 1 to 4 passes. So it'll fly around and then fly away. And then if you're lucky, it flies away and it's done. Or it comes back and can do like 4 passes. That's the most. I didn't know I still had a little bit of bait left. Let's use that potato. What up, eye knives? Har Matt, thank you for the follow. I didn't have any issues with my save. My save updated very smoothly, although I do not mod my save file. So I don't know if that is one of the reasons why I haven't had any issues. This current save was created at the start of 42.5. So if you have an older save from an earlier patch, I don't know how that will work, but I have no issues. Yet, knock on wood. No issues yet. Is there even enough ammo in the world to get aiming 10? Probably. I was a little worried about that too. So my career is police officer, and that gives me a boost to aiming and reloading. So that should help me out. And then I do have a little more ammo. It's just not in that bag. Anytime I see a police officer zombie with a shotgun, I always check the shotgun. I've mainly just been dropping the shotguns on the ground because where I'm basing at currently, I do not want that to be my main base. I want to have my main base here. So I'm just not carrying a lot of heavy objects to that temporary, my summer lake house, if you will. Although we've been living there much longer than a summer, so maybe it's just the lake house. But VDEX, that's been one of the issues people have raised with the rat race. Is there enough ammo? Eventually, someone will find out. But there are huge military bases. There are police stations. When I was playing like normal apocalypse loot in LV back in Build 41, LV has apartment complexes that have at least 2 to 3 bedrooms. And every night side table has a chance to have a gun in it. So I got a ton of weapons and ammunition just clearing out like this apartment area. So my big plan for this challenge I'm doing is to get over here. And then from McCoy's, start working my way into West Point. And then I'm also kind of creating, by doing it this way, a zombie-free zone. So I should eventually run out of zombies from this side of the map. And I'll only eventually end up getting zombies from the west or zombies from the north. Maybe some zombies from the south, but I should be pretty safe on the eastern side. So one front will be chill. And I'm hoping for lots of loot in LV. heli just draws in Zeds, but you can run or drive away or go to a secondary base to draw the Zeds away from your main base. If you're playing on lower population levels, you can also completely, like make no sound, have all of your windows covered, and you can kind of hide from the zombies that show up due to the helicopter. If the zombies don't see you, they're not going to stick around. When the helicopter flies away, most of the zombies should kind of follow the helicopter when leaving. On higher populations, that doesn't always work so well. But on, like, normal apocalypse, that should be fine. How many zombies are on the map? With 16x, there are 1.5 million zombies outside of buildings. The 1.5 million does not include zombies in buildings. Zombies in buildings only load into existence when you get close to the building. But yeah, you can see some weapons, some guns I've left on the road. I only realized that with McCoy, you mean the new lake house? Yes, McCoy's mansion. The mansion of the McCoys. The new Twiggies in West Point makes a great base. I mean, if I'm going for a base in West Point, I don't know which one of these buildings is a church. I know there's a church here, but that's apparently not the church we're supposed to take over. I need to take over one of these blue buildings. That's a school, so it's not that one. I think, I don't know. I think it's one of these three. I guess I could look real quick at the map. Which one of these buildings is a church? All right, it's this one. So got to turn that one into a base. That's not too bad. And the southern blue one. All right, sit and rest. Before we fight any zombies. That color's definitely purple, not blue. I'm so sorry. You might be colorblind. I hate to break it to you. This color? That's definitely like a dark. I mean, I'll agree. It's a little purpley, but I would say dark blue. I would say dark blue. Light blue, dark blue. Industrials, black, pink. Definitely indigo. That's lilac. Uh-oh. The color wars. The color wars. was a zombie. Zombie with an... Yeah, there it is. Ice axe. Black and blue, white and gold. What color was the dress? Thank you for the Mason's trowel. Yeah, the blob has been pulled to Dixie by a house alarm. So... I'm able to take over the crossroads. Nice haircut. I'm just wearing it up. So funny. I will be getting a haircut soon, though. I'm very excited. Gotta fix my bangs after the April Fool's stream. Right, looking pretty good. Color name is middle blue purple. All right. Do I want to break into either car? Do I want to clear this way? Do I want to focus on... I think I want to focus on clearing to McCoy's, but I've discovered I can wash myself out of buckets again, which is nice. Speaking of cutting boards, they confirmed utensils buff eating by adding in the mod-like feature of returning tools after you are done. Noted the buff while using it as a context example. Yeah, I need a spork. Can we carve sporks? Alright, I could just bring a fork with me. Bucket Tech OP. Was this the old Rat base? Yes, this was Rat 8's beautiful base. And I think if you go to the, it's like the 4th from the last video, you'll see it in its basically completed glory. We had a cute little rooftop base with a walkway over here, rooftop garden above the gas pumps. Fully decorated interior. I'm not going in. I'm not going in. I don't want the blob to come back. I am going to McCoy's. Look at all of these ferns. Is that erosion speed growing all those ferns, or is it just like that? You 100% copy that idea in your save? They need to bring rooftop gardens back. That's something I've loved about PZ since like I got into PZ. The whole reason I became obsessed with Moldra is because it was one of the few starting locations that had like immediate rooftop access at the old Genfac warehouse, mass Genfac warehouse. So I hope rooftop gardening comes back. If it does not come back, I will definitely mod in rooftop gardening. You can turn on a sandbox setting that enables rooftop gardening, but the sandbox setting is like, don't do this, it's bugged. Don't do this. It's broken. So that doesn't really help me. I want an unbroken save file. So someone will develop either a planter mod or a fix mod that lets you do rooftop gardening. I'm very partial to like planters because that makes sense to me. It's like, yeah, you can do that. You can do that. Which rat died from fence hop falling off that roof? That was not a rat. That was my one cell bunny character. She fell off a roof trying to go down a rope ladder, but ended up accidentally vaulting over a fence that was near her. And then another bunny fell when I accidentally here's the clip. Here's the clip. Oh my gosh. Just don't highlight everything. Just, oh my God, why? Why is it like this? Why is it like this? I just want to copy the middle. Here we go. Let's do this. So sad. So sad. So what's happening here is there's I'm on the 3rd floor. I'm creating a roof for my second floor, and I'm seeing these stairs that are on the first floor connected up to the second floor, and just the way isometric looks, I get confused here because I'm like, oh no, I just built over my stairs. What have I done? Can I still go down? And I just fall. And because specifically my character is over encumbered with a bunch of planks to do building, I maybe could have survived a 3-story fall if she wasn't severely over encumbered. But she was, and I suffered the consequences. But no rats have ever fallen to their deaths. So far, only the bunnies. Only the bunny characters have fallen and died. All the hail the mansion. It demands sacrifice. Don't touch me. I feel like I'm getting a little more depression. I wonder if they've increased the amount of depression you get from your gear. I'm only wearing 2 pieces of armor, but it is giving me the uncomfortable moodle. I'm wearing a bone choker and bone fingerless gloves. I don't think anything else gives me discomfort. But discomfort just makes you a little more sad. And you only really have to worry about sadness when it gets, like, super bad. And just a little bit of seasoned food should do Turtle's mood wonders. All right, good quality scissors I'll hold on to. I'm gonna let these zombies make their way to me. Hello, cat. Hot pink fingerless gloves. All right, the green star for items I've favorited crafting recipes for, it's growing on me. At first, I was like, so much color. I hate it. But now I see its use. If your new save is corrupted, you might make a base in the new LV airport. Looks like a cool spot. I hope the population there isn't crazy. I think, okay, number 1, it's LV, razzle dazzle. So population is crazy everywhere. So I wouldn't think it's not crazy. But it might be semi-manageable. I have not been. gosh, look how many are in the trees. It's just going to be a slow process clearing these woods. I'm not going to shout to do any over pulling, but the sound of just regular combat is definitely going to bring a bunch out. Man, canned baseball bat is holding up really nicely. Hand fork is a smeltable. What will happen when the player is hopeless? When you get super depressed, it makes you perform all green actions slower. So equipping a weapon, grabbing something from out of my backpack, pulling something off of a zombie, all of that will be slower. And it's not a huge penalty, but if you're thinking about combat, if you're like, oh, let me quick grab, let me quick grab something off of this zombie, even a little bit of time can save you. How high is my maintenance skill? Level 8. It's very nice. We got level 8 last stream. And then look, I am 1,300 XP away. Almost 23,000 kills. I don't know which I'll max first. Long blunt or maintenance. Long blunt, I get guaranteed XP every time I kill a zombie. Maintenance, I only get XP when there's a chance to break. Or a chance for damage on my weapon. So, we'll see what's my first level 10 combat skill. I'm hoping, oh my gosh, it's just wave after wave of zombies. I'm hoping to run into maybe some more survivor zombies on this road. In my apocalypse zombie save, I ran into a bunch of survivor zombies on this road going west. So I'm hoping for good luck. I want books. I want metalworking books in particular. Metalworking and carpentry, if you please. If you could be so kind, game. Build a kill box? So with how skilled I am at combat, I don't need a kill box. I basically one-tap every zombie. So being able to stay mobile, not worrying about lungers or doing fence fighting, I wouldn't get a huge benefit with a kill box right now. Alright, I have muscle strain, so I'm gonna rest up. Oh, the noise. So satisfying. I love the thunk noise from the reinforced bat. How many zombies in Moldra? I don't know. Maybe... I don't know. 60 to 100,000? Kind of depends on how many zombies you pull in. Are bats a good weapon to have? Bats are a great weapon. I think the best version of the bat is the metal bat. I don't know if you can enhance it. Same way I can do, like, spiked baseball bats. I don't know if you can make a metal spiked baseball bat. I think axes are still probably an overall better weapon type, more utility. But I wanted to do something different with this character. And I knew I'd be crafting most of my weapons. So, especially early game, I just wanted to get something I could make. And carving, you can carve baseball bats at level 9 carving. And then now it's easier than ever to enhance them with either nails or cans. Railroad spike bats are pretty hard to make because there's no primitive crafted tool you can use to add in the rail spikes. I think that's an oversight. I'm assuming you should be able to use the stone ball to make a railroad spiked bat. But right now you can't. I need like a sledgehammer, a club hammer, or I don't know, something else like a block mace or something. Moldra is 90k Zeds. So it's pretty spot on. 60 to 100. It also depends though. I see that zombie. Like, I just had a house alarm here, so who knows? That could have pulled a lot of zombies out of Moldra and over here. But decent chunk right there. I do need to go home soon. Makes sense. A railroad spike is quite large. Would have to work to set it into a bat reliably. Make a little noise, and they all start to come out of the woods. I'm playing with pinpoint hearing zombies. So their range is like three times normal. And then car noise is like 10 times normal. Because car noise specifically has been tweaked to be extra, extra loud. Just gonna fight until muscle strain pops up. Man, I'm even. Oh no! Alright. On to the even better bat. Nail baseball bat does more damage than the reinforced bat. But I think the trade-off is that maybe the nail baseball bat breaks down a little quicker. Alright, I haven't really been checking any pockets unless I saw a useful item stabbed into a zombie. We got anything useful in anybody's pockets? Oh, that's a letter opener. I'll take that. I missed it before. I still need metal to smelt. To smelt into nails. I can make nails from wire, but that's a terrible use of charcoal. Or wood charcoal. Gonna grab the bone whistle. I actually have a whistle on me. I can whistle anytime. The temptation is always there. Once I make it to McCoy's, I'll do some whistling at McCoy's. Make sure that area is like super clear. Well, I'll probably clear it. And then I'll probably whistle. Are you not worried about jewelry for smelting? No, I've heard jewelry for smelting is not good. And I don't even know if I can. I don't think I can smelt gold currently at my furnace, so I'm not worried about it at all. It's not, I mean, I'm always going to be killing more zombies, so I'll have more opportunity for gold. I've only killed like 2% of the amount of zombies I need to kill, so... Gotta draw the line at hoarding somewhere. Ooh, that's the next stage of exhaustion. All right, let's head home. If only there was an endless supply of fuel to make charcoal. All right. Chopping down trees is not an easy thing. If I had chopped down one large tree, that's going to equal muscle strain and exhaustion. It's not so easy to get that endless fuel. To make endless amounts of charcoal. Flex is in Lumberjack. Yeah, Lumberjack is the best build. There is no career that is better than Lumberjack. Lumberjack is OP. Also, apparently your axe skill helps with chopping trees. So again, Lumberjack is just OP. If I wasn't trying to do something different for this build, I would go Lumberjack every single time I played Project Zomboid. Every time. There is no respawn in the rat race. Yeah, wear on the axe too. It's even chopping I chopped 3 small trees and got like exhausted and the most intense muscle strain. It's just, I don't know, chopping trees if you're not a lumberjack is absolutely miserable. And it's so important. Chopping trees if you're doing long-term Project Zomboid is... It's just really important.
I'm hunting wabbits.
What up, Egric? I just think expert should be a trait you can take, even if you don't take the profession of lumberjack. They can make it like 6 points or something. Make it as expensive as handy. But they should make it available to people who don't take the lumberjack profession, and I think that would balance it just fine. But yeah, I would go lumberjack every single time. If I wasn't forcing myself to try different things in Project Zomboid. I mean, especially just with the example of getting charcoal to do blacksmithing. That alone makes it super helpful. But with standard erosion speed of 100 days, you're always going to be chopping trees that, you know, grow in areas you don't want them to grow. Chopping trees, clearing dirt roads or sand roads. Even if you choose to go a different combat weapon route, expert will still be useful. rest up. You don't want a ninja short long blade expert bonus? I mean, I want specifically the benefit of expert that lets you chop down trees faster. Lots of professions and skills give you bonuses to leveling it up. I want the it takes less swings to chop down a tree. That's what I want. I need to make a wood axe and see how helpful that is. Maybe it's just the fact that ew, don't growl at me. How dare you growl at me? You're watching me and hungry? Hello from America. Right. Got some meat to cook. Got another frog. I'm not eating any of the frogs, at least not right now. I make no promises not to eat them. But right now I'm just stockpiling them because they stay fresh forever like this. All right, let's give you a bath. And then bedtime. So much more clicking now. Got a bunch of stuff to put away. Now you can go to sleep. Just don't eat them when Allison is here. I'll try not to. That's the main reason. You found a toy frog yesterday, and instead of it belonging into the category of toy, it was just category frog. You have to study. You have a pathology, a practical exam tomorrow. Do it. It's just 1 day of studying. The rest of the week can be watching and playing Project Zomboid, right? Just get through this 1 day of studying. Hello, rabbits. Alright, I still have clothes to put away. I really should... Alright. When I clear out McCoy's, we are organizing the hell out of McCoy's, and I'm not going to live in chaos. I refuse to live in chaos again. When I get to McCoy's, it's going to be so organized. Not gonna have piles everywhere. Life will be good. McCoy Estates is going to be my permanent base. Yes. I think it's a great permanent base spot. It's going to come with all of the crafting stuff. It comes with, you know, water surrounding it, so there are very few. It's like almost got a natural wall all around it. Plus, it's actually got like fencing around it. I want to build a pathway kind of cutting through here. That's how I'll end up leaving. I'll have the railroad tracks that go basically everywhere. I'll have this main road that goes basically everywhere. I'll be able to... The only downside is it is kind of hard to get to Moldra from McCoy's, but I can cut here and take the power lines in.
Little pig,
Or
little pig, let me
I could also brave the walk through the forest, but I'll probably take the power line area in. Or, you know, have a temporary base set up just somewhere closer to McCoy's, so I'm not doing a crazy walk back all the time. And we'll see. We'll see how things go. Shadowcat. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You're the best base builder on Twitch. I really can't claim that title right now. I really can't. We're just piles of crap. Piles of crap everywhere. But maybe eventually. I mean, now I can actually begin to level carpentry. That'll let me, when I get carpentry to maxed out, that'll let me do all kinds of nice, wonderful things. But I've been going for 5.5 hours. I need to take a break and get some food. So I'm gonna let DJ Zomtoast hold down the fort, play some tunes. What prediction? What prediction should I do? Let's do a classic. How many sticks? How many sticks to light the fire? 1 or 2 plus. Turtle does have outdoorsy, which makes her better at starting a fire with a notched wooden plank. And the new patch has been good for me. I haven't had any game-breaking bugs or issues, although I have heard that some people have been having some bad bugs. So it kind of, I guess, just depends. I started this save file, build 42.5. I don't have any mods. And I updated without an issue. All right. I'll be back in 30 minutes. Stretch your legs, get some food. I'll see you on the flip side. All right. Hello, hello. I'm back. Oh, no. The break coughing is happening. Nothing like eating to make my body start producing so much mucus. Okay. All right. Do I have... Yes, I have everything I need. We've got water. We've got food. It's 8 a.m. You know, we have a full condition baseball bat with nails. I think we're good. I don't think it's gonna break today. It's 6:50. Yeah, it is. Right, dinner time. I started a little bit earlier than normal, too. Getting a little bit of a long update stream today. It's also raining. My cat's so upset. I'm pretty sure my cat thinks I control the weather. So I think she's kind of pissed at me that it's raining. She's like, excuse me, human. Excuse me, can you turn off the rain? And I wish I could. That would help me out a lot sometimes, cat. Did you have a good break? Did you stretch your legs, get something to eat? Your cat always acts like that. They just don't understand. You're their cats think of you as their little servant to do whatever they want. And then they get pissed off when you can't do it. Somehow inside light switches equal you have rain switches. Well, my cat's also seen me water things outside. So she probably thinks I control the big hose in the sky. All right. What are the kills at? 23,035. Now, without the blob, I do think my average kills a day has gone down a little. I really want to focus in on that. I should be getting 150. 150 kills a day, I think. If I'm dedicated to fighting. And I think I might fatten up with some fish. Get turtle back up to like 83, 84 kg. And then we might try camping out by the crossroads. just so I don't have to deal with such a long run back. You missed the reading of the patch notes? Sadly, it was about 2 hours worth of patch notes. It will be on the YouTube VOD. If you want to listen along. But I'm sure Mr. Atomic Duck will have a video in the next day or two. Retinaru also does some, like, Retinaru does some great, really short patch videos. Like, everything you need to know, and he condenses it down into, like, a 5-minute video. Super nice. And then Atomic Duck normally does like a really nice 30-ish minute comprehensive patch overview. I don't know how they get edited videos out so quickly. That is a true talent right there. All right. Number isn't going up. Baseball bat in hands. No, go ahead and eat this. And I'm going to make another one. No, did the rodent meat go rotten? It did. All right, I almost used all of you. All right, I think I'm basically done with the crossroads. I'm sure there are some stragglers here and there. But I did do some shouting, and it feels pretty clear. I'm focusing on moving towards McCoy's mansion. All right, police officer, no ammo in the gun. Nothing in the fanny pack. Don't get up. Ooh, someone had matches. Oh, barely any matches. Police officer right here.
Little pig, let me in.
Double holster. I'll hold on to your belt. Welcome in. Twin wands. Maybe the follow? Little green star really helps things stand out when you're scrolling through the corpse pile. Alright, don't want to walk into a zombie. You had a cheroot? Take another annotated map, if you please. And I'm headed to new, never before loaded in territory. So I'm hoping for better zombies. Zombies that the game recognizes as being alive for over a year. So we might get some katanas, maybe some axes. Maybe some high-tier survivor loot zombies would be really nice. Crossroads looks so empty without the blob. I think the blob has taken up a residence in Dixie. Oh, and it's October 1st. Right, I've got like 2 months. What exactly was the blob? It was a huge amount of zombies, I think. So I had my helicopter event right here. This helicopter event probably pulled in a good chunk of West Point. And then a little bit later, like 2 or 3 months later, I had a car alarm here. And then I think that just relocated all the zombies that were here to here. I killed over 15,000 zombies just trying to get into the Crossroads. Crossroads normally has like, what, 1,000 zombies, 2,000 zombies here on 16X. Even after 15,000 zombies killed, I couldn't just like walk up this road. There was still just a mass of zombies gathered on the cell border. And I was still dropping frames anytime I looked too closely at the blob, like down to 20, 30 frames per second. So the blob is probably shifted to the house alarm that was in Dixie. And I've opened up a little path for right now. That's one of the reasons why I'm not entering any of the buildings at the Crossroads. Just on the off chance they have a house alarm. I want to relocate to the McCoy mansion. You were very close to me. I don't like that. Is that a wood axe? Or is that just a hatchet? It looks a little small to be a wood axe. Alright, we've got muscle strain and exhaustion, so let's back up. Back up and rest. If zombies are inside the building and they break windows to get out, will they set the alarm? No. That is a setting you have to turn on in sandbox mode. Only a player can trigger a house alarm. Zombies can trigger car alarms, though. But this thing right here, door wide open, windows all broken. If I enter it, it could still have a chance to have an alarm. So not setting foot in any buildings until I'm in McCoy's. But none of these buildings probably have... I mean, they probably don't have any loot that'll be super helpful to me. There's a car dealership that had no cars anywhere near it and doesn't have a ton of loot containers. Gas station, there was just one... Right there, you can tell there's some kind of loot on that back storage. So that's a little intriguing. But I can make nails right now. I can... Basically, I'm self-sufficient. I can craft my, like, basically the best weapon there. Besides getting books... Maybe a hose so I can siphon gasoline. There's not much for me. Spiffos isn't going to have a ton of stuff. Maybe there's a denim shirt at the clothing store. That would be nice. I want a denim shirt. What up, Melissa Plays? Update just dropped. Yes. We're playing it. Build 42.8. Unless they dropped a hotfix patch for it. Still no multiplayer. Yep. Probably no multiplayer 42.9 either. Do I miss the old Moodles? Yes. I've gotten used to the new Moodles, but I do prefer them in this larger size. All right, it was a hatchet. I want a wood axe so bad. I wonder if I can make a wood axe. All right, maybe have a little sit. And rest for like a couple minutes. Ooh, I hear cat having a nibble. Oh, you're gone. As soon as I put the camera on you. Ready to leave. Also, did they remove the ranking in the blood bank? Are you referring to the rat race? Like the rat race leaderboard? It's been moved to its own Discord. So the rat race has its own Discord now, and then there's a link to the leaderboard. Ooh, you look like those are hunting shooting glasses. Do I have a hunter meta event near me, perchance? Just need to be careful. I don't know how thoroughly I've cleared behind me, so just need to watch out for flanker zombies. What up, Pupa? Okay, yep, there's a lot. All right, just walk backwards and fight. I'll free you. I'll free you from the car door, zombie. Alright, I've got exhaustion, but I'm gonna fight until I see muscle strain. Alright, there's muscle strain. There you go, cat. Door open. What a twist. I don't know. Twist may not be... I haven't looked at the leaderboard in a while. I just know I don't have enough kills to rank up. Alright, I said I'm still doing, I mean, at least right here, over 100 kills a day. Will it smelt? Yes, it will. Gotta save all the cute summer hats. Right. Checking zombie pockets. I feel like there was some useful little bits that I couldn't grab because there are too many zombies incoming.
Little bits.
Where are they? Oh, you. Yeah, you had the shooting glasses, but nothing else on you. Hunting vest, khaki. Right, looking into the trees. Do I see any meta events? Do we have a hunting camp somewhere in there? All right, this is the final pull, and then I have to go home. No one sneaking up. Alright, I think I can kill these last three and then make it all the way home. I don't have muscle strain yet. Alright, run, run, run. Yeah, leaderboard, the leaderboard, you have to submit your, like, I haven't submitted a new score to the leaderboard in like a week or two, so I should do that after the stream. I've got to submit a score. I keep saying that after every stream and then I don't. And then I don't, but I got to add it. That's cool that you've got your portrait avatar behind your foraging. I've never seen that done. Is that the haircut makeup menu? Yes. I'm amazed that you know what it is, poor dead man. It's foundation makeup, full face. And you just tuck it. You just tuck it behind your foraging menu, and you've got your own cute little custom portrait for your character. And you can go super, super close. Uncomfortably close or passport portrait style. What are you doing over here? There are no zombies allowed down here. I tend to only submit if I have like a new milestone number, like 20,000, or if I know I've passed the next person on the leaderboard. Have a good night. Yeah, I'm in the top 10 on Twist's leaderboard. Top 10! I think due to the fact that I'm one of the... I haven't died yet. I think that's my claim. My claim to fame. Not dead yet. And I'm... The spiked baseball bats... Even the can reinforced baseball bats... I think they're really gonna help. Because I just did... like 160 in zombie kills, and I spend like 4 to 5 hours just running every day. Running to get to the zombies. Running to get home. Doing a lot of running right now. Like those can reinforced bats just have higher condition?
Little pig, let me in.
Definitely a higher crit chance too. I was one-tapping a lot of zombies. Almost as many as I one-tap with a spiked baseball bat. Definitely more than I one-tap with a naked, a default carved baseball bat. I'm salty because I can't make the rail spiked bat because that requires specialty tools. And my stone maul doesn't count. What up, Dirty Mike? Thank you for the follow. What up, Kivo? The crossroads is almost cleared. The blob has relocated to Dixie. And I'm on my journey. My journey to make it to the McCoy mansion. Yeah, the alarm did kind of help. There were still quite a few zombies. But, like, I don't know, 1,000 maybe or something like that. Wow, fish guts last a long time. Wash all your clothing. Wash yourself. Wash your container. Wash all of your weapons. Oh, what can I sharpen? Nothing. You wanna give your rabbits a pet? That's not the right one. There we go. I'm sort of near the mansion. It would be better if I could sleep in Dixie. I'm just trying to fatten Turtle up a little bit before I try to sleep in Dixie, because I don't think I'll get good food in Dixie. I'll bring my rabbit traps, and I can forage for bait, but I butchered one rabbit, and I don't know if it was a fluke or what, but that rabbit gave 1 -2 hunger piece of meat. So now I'm nervous that rabbits might not be a good source of food. And I might be forced to do, like, fishing only. Sweet potato. Clay can go in here. This there. Alright, I've got some stuff to leave upstairs. Crest. It's down there. No farming, not in October. It is not a growing season. And on these settings, food goes bad very quickly. So you have to... On these settings, these sandbox settings, farming is awful. The only thing I'd recommend farming are sunflowers and potatoes. Everything else, it takes like 2-ish months to grow, and then it'll go bad in like 5 days. So it's a lot of work, a lot of labor. You will probably have to hand water because rain is scarce on these settings. There's just not a lot of reward to it. On normal settings, farming is pretty good, but on rat race settings, farming's trash. Except for sunflowers. Sunflower seeds, sunflower heads can be dried, and then they never go bad. And then you can get like 10 sunflower seeds from a sunflower. And those sunflower seeds never go bad either. I am currently stockpiling my sunflower seeds so I can mass grow sunflowers and then eventually turn them into vegetable oil, which I'm hoping will be good. And right now, I don't think there's much. I don't know if there's anything that is going to grow in October. The growing seasons are done for right now. I think I'm gonna make another spiked baseball bat before I go. This one in our hands, a fresh one on our back. Go ahead, eat that. You're 80 and rising. Alright, and now we push forward.
Little pig, let me in.
I think I'm going to whistle in the center of... I think I'm going to whistle in the center of the crossroads. Because... yeah, I hide the crafting menu underneath my face cam just so that there's less clutter on the screen for everybody. That's where I like sticking it. You're not really missing out on much. You're just missing out on going like, here, click. And then it's just in the middle of the way. I hide lots of things behind face cam. I've got the mini map chilling over here, and I've got character status now. Ooh, also I gotta pay out the prediction. That was 1 stick. Take your points. That was 1 and done. Fire lit. Am I sure about the whistle? Yes. Oh. Welcome in, Crispy the Corn. Man, I either have to stream early one of these days or stream really, really late so I can return the raid favor. But thanks for bringing the peeps here, Crispy the Corn. Go ahead and follow Crispy, YouTube and Twitch. You've got to join the cornfield. You've got to join the cornfield. Have you been playing the new update? Everything tick over well for you? I haven't had any issues so far. We witnessed the death of a good one. Oh no. What did you lose? It feels much more difficult. Lost your 6-month-old character? I know foraged food is pretty lousy. Although I haven't done a ton of foraging. Alright, I need to start collecting these little buckets. I need more paint buckets. They hold a ton of water, and we can now wash out of paint buckets, so that is huge. Any fun stuff on my save convert? No, Rhett. I've been smooth. I started this playthrough 42.5 and I haven't noticed any changes, I mean I've noticed changes. I can now make a can reinforced bat, but nothing negative. I am sad that I still can't smelt a bunch of metal things, but maybe if I have an advanced furnace, I can smelt them.
Little pig, little
And I'm
pig,
so stoked.
Let me in.
Rain barrels will fill with snow now. I can't believe it. Rain barrels fill with snow. This is amazing. OG Nej. Alex, Linny, Elena. Thank you for the follows. Welcome in. You read the patch notes? 2 hours. 2-ish hours of patch note reading. It was a big one. It was a big update. Lots of bug fixes. Some interesting stuff. They did some weather stuff, so now you can make it permanent winter. You could make it permanent night, permanent day, permanent fog. Hello, Silent Hill. What else? What else? Raccoons can lie down now. They can go to sleep. Permanite blizzard fog run. No, thank you. Oh, that's the worst. God, that would be awful. I do not want to play in that. Farmed radishes might give -3 hunger instead of -2 or 1 hunger. You can wash yourself out of buckets now. That's new. Some quality of life stuff. Now zombies, lots of containers highlight. That's pretty convenient. Now there's a little whistle in your hand. Do a little animation. Alright, I know to the east should be clear if I start to get surrounded. But right now, only zombies are approaching from the north.
Little pig, let me in.
Uh-oh. Right. Back it up this way. Back it up this way. Alright, let's say we started today out with 23,200. I want to see where I'm at. I'm just gonna keep fighting until muscle strain pops up.
I'm hunting weapons.
Oh, hello, Sneaky. Right, there's muscle strain. I thought whistling was a terrible idea. It probably is. It probably is, but we'll see. I want to start sleeping at the crossroads, and I'm not going to be able... I'm not going to feel comfortable sleeping there until I've whistle cleared it, so... I'm pretty sure the blob has moved to Dixie. And Dixie isn't in range of the whistle. At least I hope not. At least I hope not. But I've got 2 spiked baseball bats. I'm a unstoppable killing machine. Oh, I'll say this, Rhett. Have you heard this? I heard the first shoulder tap is no longer free. That there's a chance you could be knocked backwards into other zombies. So that's one of the things I'm most nervous about. And I definitely don't want to risk Turtle experimenting with that. Right, now I have muscle strain, but no exhaustion. Alright, now I have exhaustion, plus the muscle strain. What up, Abba? Shalom. What's my long blunt level? My long blunt is 7. Almost 8. Maintenance is 8. Strength is also 7. Strength is important now when fighting. The higher your strength, the more damage you do. And I'm fighting with spiked baseball bats, which seem to have been given a little bit of a boost. Bats in general seem to have been given a little bit of a boost in the most recent update. Bumping zombies is brutal now. It changes the direction you are running. Legit, the first zombie you bumped hooked me around directly into a drag down. You're going to be dying constantly until you lose the bump muscle memory. Gosh, that is pretty scary. I'm relatively new to the bump. So I don't know how much it'll affect me. But I ran into a zombie. That's why I keep constantly checking behind myself, because that's what happened. I was fighting a big group and there was a zombie right behind me. Abba is the PZ whisperer. Abba knows all the YouTube PZ streamers. Your algorithm must be full of PZ. You must log into YouTube and it's like, oops, all PZ. That's kind of fun. Hello, how are we on the Small Metal Bits Adventures? I got Metalworking 1 yesterday, and that is why the game got updated today. I'm taking full credit. Full credit. Indie Stone only ever updates the game when I've advanced in metalworking. I still can't smelt things like kitchen knives. I still can't smelt bread knives. With my simple furnace, that is the second stage furnace. Still can't smelt gardening trowels, so I'm a little disappointed. They talked about having all these fixes for smelting objects, but maybe I just need a higher level furnace. It could be that. Wow, you broke. Got a water bottle in that backpack. I still need little bits of metal because that's that's what I need to, you know, get more nails. But I have metalworking one, so I'm so happy. I have my blacksmithing tongs. No, the map is not causing errors when I open it. I haven't had any real bugs in the new build. Did you have any map mods or anything? Oh. Give me the nail back. I want the nail. You gotta smash that like button because it yearns to be smashed. What is my purpose? Your purpose is to be smashed. Right, grab the butter knife. So, canned reinforced bat definitely lasts longer than the nail bat. And it's almost as good damage-wise as the nail bat. Didn't feel too materially different. Not quite as many one-taps, but just about as many one-taps with the can reinforced bat. Yeah, I'm glad I whistled. Look how many zombies were in whistle distance. Yeah, look, this is the damage is middle tier on the nail baseball bat. I mean, it should be good. It should be good. This was been a year-long process getting infinite spiked baseball bats. Had to get level 9 carving. Had to learn metalworking. I like it. It was a long road getting here, but definitely a worthy road to travel. Right, resting up, and then we're gonna do last pull. What's better, the fix to come or my grinding to be pointless? I mean, I still had to earn metalworking 1. I really hope they make it so more items are smeltable, because I've been saving all of these items and I want them to be useful. I want the kitchen knife to be useful. I mean, I'm gonna need to make thousands of nails. So I don't mind potentially having a bunch of nails stockpiled and ready to go. Even if that stockpile is just an entire road's worth. Oh, hello, full lighter. What are my next goals? Get to McCoy's. I think to make getting to McCoy's a little bit easier because the run back is really long right now. It's like 5 hours of running out here. It's like a 5-hour round trip to get out here and then get back home. I would like to start basing, like sleeping here maybe at the crossroads. And I just whistled here, kind of in the center of the crossroads area, just to try to fully clear this place out. And then I'm also trying to fatten Turtle up a little bit, so when we do start camping out here, it won't be, I mean, I'll be able to afford dropping weight, which I'm sure I will be doing, because I don't know if trapping can feed me anymore. They changed a bunch of foraging and talked about making it more seasonal. I was still able to forage crops in September. I don't know about October. And then I think, I can't remember if it's November or December. Winter foraging begins and takes over. So I may not get any winter bananas or winter melons anymore. So I don't know if I'll be able to rabbit forage. So fishing might be my main source of food. I do have my rabbit farm. And I should have a bunch of babies growing up soon. Man, if I kill 15 more zombies, I'm going to have a 200 zombie kill day. I think I'm just going to do that. Ten more zombies. Yes, cat? I'm sorry it was raining during break time and you couldn't go outside. You do have to wait. Oh, one more zombie. One more volunteer. Where are you, zombie? There's one more zombie when you need it. There's one more zombie. Right, there we go. There we go. 200 kill day. Gotta record that. October 2nd. 200 kill day. We can compare it to my first 100 kill day. See how long it took. An honest day's work. And remember, a really long run back. So...
Why won't you die?
It's impossible. Turtle, the unstoppable. Got 2 more hours, cat. Two more hours, all right? You gotta hang tight. Knock on wood, yeah. Knock on wood. And before tomorrow's patch hotfix bricks my save. You know, it's always a possibility. But it'll be nice. Oh, I can't wait to get to McCoy's. I do have to be careful though. That's why the whistle came out. Gotta be careful. Can confirm kitchen knife blade is smeltable in advance. Well, kitchen knife was smeltable in the previous patch. Tell me about those bread knives. What about them bread knives? What about those carving forks? I know. I do have a lot of kitchen knives stockpiled, so it's good to know. I mean, I'll at least have those to get me started. I'm gonna need to build a huge road out of planks because I'm not going to constantly be re-clearing trees forever. We're going to make a road that'll help level up carpentry. And then I'm gonna need spiked baseball bats until I can forge metal baseball bats, which I should check. I should see if I can research. I happened to find a metal baseball bat, I think in the trash or something. Bread knife is steel and you can smelt it in the advanced. Carving fork is MIA. I thought erosion stopped at some point and trees stopped growing. No. Erosion speed is constantly ticking, ticking, ticking. It's pretty fast on default settings. It's 100 days. I mean, I guess if every tile was filled with a tree that could take a tile, could take a tree tile, all those trees could eventually grow. Erosion speed would still be ticking in the background, though. That's what makes grass grow on the roads. It's what makes cracks appear on roads and in buildings. I think 500-day erosion speed followed by 200 days of 100 erosion speed time is probably the best setup for erosion speed. But I haven't really play tested that very much. All right, I need to fish, so wash everything. Go to sleep. I think I'll set an alarm. Because I need fish. You have a metal base bed on me. You don't have a research option. What's your metalworking? So as you level a skill, you kind of need to be close. Your skill level needs to be close to the crafting level. So once I got level 1 metalworking, I could then research. I could then research nails, but I couldn't research nails beforehand. Oh, that's another big change. Fishing range has been reduced. You're level 2, so maybe it is the level. All right, well, you're higher level metalworking than me, so if you can't research it, then I definitely can't research it. How's the new update? It feels good. Lots of bug fixes, a little new content. Rain barrels can be filled with snow now. That feels huge. I can wash myself out of buckets, so that is very promising. Bucket baths can be in my near future. You own this game, but you prefer to watch me play it? How weird is that? That's not weird. I own Minecraft, but I definitely prefer watching people play Minecraft. Ooh, might be getting a fog day. Fog is bad for fishing. If it would just go up 0.1 degrees, we would be normal temperature. Can you do that? I think everyone has those games where you kind of like them. You're definitely interested enough in the game where you want to learn more about it. You want to see it played, but maybe you just don't have like the time or energy to invest into it. So you just end up watching other people play it. I think that's actually a... I feel like that all the time. So I assume that's a universal feeling. Don't we all do that? You caught yourself running into the bank fish. Ooh, and you are a big one. Let's see. Just since we're here and it is still fishing time, let's try to get another. Claire's lucky when I start the game, the menu won't show up. Yeah, I've heard lots of people are having similar issues, Odie. So we're expecting a hot fix incoming soon. All right, this might be a bait. Oh. Right at the cutoff. Can't tell. Oh, you are splashing. But you are such an easy reel. I doubt you're a big fish. All right, unequip.
Little pig, let me in.
Oh my gosh, it's -1 hunger. Epic Zen Soul, thank you for the follow. Road Recycle, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Anyone figured out what fish guts are for yet besides just bait? You can use it for bait? Honestly, I'm just assuming you can use it for bait. I don't know what they're for either. I'm just ass-you-meing right now. Used fish guts in chum? I looked at the recipe. I've never made chum before. Make chum base. So you make a ball of sand and then you have to add something extra to it. I've never wanted to waste sand making chum. Sand is too precious to me, and this is a thick fog day, so I'm definitely not going anywhere. I can do a bunch of metalworking. Alright, light fire, notched wooden plank. You found a frog, but you can't eat it? To do frogs, you need to go to cooking. You need to go to butcher small animal. Frog should be there. You need a surface, is what it looks like. Anyone know a good place to find a mason's chisel? You can't seem to find it anywhere in Riverside. Have you checked the kind of warehouse areas? You know, these kind of rural warehouse areas, the storage unit. You checked all of that? Didn't get lucky and have some kind of special vehicle in the junkyard? Or in the car junkyard over here? Probably wouldn't get it at this place, right? I don't know what this is. I don't know. I mean, you've probably checked all the easy places then. Might want to just start working your way up here. Phallus Lake. Phallus Lake is not too far away. You've got some interesting store locations. You might want to try coming down here. Yeah, construction truck. Yeah, you might want to try coming down here, Phallus Lake. You have like a gardening store. That's not really mason chisel, but there'll be a couple places to loot there. I mean, yeah, that might be a hard find. Can you craft? Does a stone chisel work in lieu of a mason's chisel? It might just be better to try to get to Napping 2 to get the stone chisel. but I know the appeal of looting. It's like, yeah, I could grind a boring skill, or I could go loot. Or I could go do fun things. You're napping 3? You can't learn the stone chisel until you learn the recipe? Oh my god, that's brutal. I feel like if you pass it, you should auto-learn it. What level... Does anyone know what level you auto-learn it at? PZ Wiki. Ah, it says, yes, auto-learn on napping 3. You've been lied to. You've been lied to. Wonder if the update bugged you then? Oof. Maybe try to get to level 4? Maybe try to get to level 4, see if it fixes itself. Or maybe go into debug mode and give yourself whatever magazine teaches it, because you deserve it. You deserve nice things. All right, I'm going to experiment. So this is what I want. Iron chunks will produce 10 nails. Although I do need to make I do need to make another pair of blacksmithing tongs. So I think that's what I'm going to prioritize first. So thanks for the help. Claire being a little devil on their shoulder. I mean, debug to fix game glitches. I guess. Turn to the dark side. Fix your game. Do it. Do it. Found so many in random garages and basements. Sometimes you just get unlucky though. Like that's kind of the fun of PZ loot. Sometimes you can loot it all. And it's just not good enough. Oh my gosh, can I not cut an iron bar? Cut bar. Okay, metalworking chisel. I don't think I have that. Can I craft that? No. No, we can't craft a metalworking chisel. I can do a masonry chisel, and masonry chisel, while it looks very similar to a metalworking chisel, doesn't overlap, so I can fight. I guess it's just easier to forge. Forge it out of iron chunks. So, iron bar, you are not really helpful to me. I should have just made chunks. Forge a half bar? Gotta get my chunks. Now I have to empty out this crucible. Are you going down? Crucible, by the way? I guess I should check that. Wow, you're making so many iron bars, Crucible, jeez. That's insane. I smelted down one item. And I'm crafting how many? It's definitely using some of it. I got 5 metal bars from something that used to give me just 1 metal bar. Thanks to the new crucible smelting thing. Interesting. I need some opinions. What are the best spots for a base non-player builds? So many. There are so many good places. What do you have a preference for towns? Do you have a preference for what you want to do? There are great locations in every town. It also depends, Soul You, on what zombie population you're playing. I'm playing with the most zombies possible, so that really limits where I can start out early game. I need a place that has like less than like 50 zombies at it, roughly, to get in and get settled like day 1 or 2. But some of my favorite base locations are this warehouse right here. You'll start the game with lots of storage, lots of good loot. You'll have access to water right over here for fishing and the like. Very nice. You've got animals maybe here. This area is like a farmhouse area, and I think you get every animal type. Pigs, cows, sheep, and chickens. So if you want to get right into farming, this is a great place. Down here, you have the rusty rifle, which is really cool. It's completely revamped, has lots of interesting outdoor stuff to look at and do. And you've got, again, some farmland nearby. It's not showing it on the map, but there's also a small pond. I think it's here. So you have pretty close access to water. This is a gas station right over here, so you'll have access to fuel. Bookstore here, VHS place, one of these buildings. You've got some nice warehouse areas nearby. Generators spawn in this trailer park area. If you want something pretty fancy, you have McCormick's Medical right here. You got some beautiful buildings with a nice pre-built wall. You just have to close up a couple spaces and then you're like basically secure. If you're playing with multiplayer friends, you've got the walled-in neighborhood here and over here now. But yeah, there's good places all over the map. Can you melt a metal bar into the crucible and keep it going? Oh. This is how Retinaru's mind works. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Looks like one iron bar can go straight into a crucible. Here, let me make some iron chunks, though. I need to make another crucible. But that's what I did last time. I smelted a large iron item, and it totally filled the entire crucible. Maybe that'll happen when you smelt anything, honestly. But let me forge my iron chunks. Ooh! Okay, I can smelt 4. Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect. Let me do this. My iron bars aren't useless. I can now forge them, apparently, into iron chunks. Oh my gosh. I turned 1 metal item into 20 iron chunks. Is that working as intended? Is this working as intended? The only limiting factor, charcoal. And I just need 1 iron chunk to forge a quarter. Is there a way to make it so your vehicle doesn't lose capacity when it's damaged? You can repair trunk. You can repair your trunk with high levels of metalworking. Or sorry, welding. Or not welding, sorry, mechanics. I've just got metal on the brain right now. You can repair your trunk with high levels of mechanics. And in sandbox options, I think you can turn off like damage to vehicles or greatly reduce it. One year and 3 months, old wolf, into the rat race. All right. I have my backup tongs. Just in case I accidentally break the other ones. I just want, you know, a pair of tongs that is good to go. All right, can I make an axe head over here? No. Ooh. All right, I need to get some more charcoal. What do you all do with your charcoal storage? I guess it would be ideal to have your like furnace, your forge here, or sorry, your furnace here, a stack of charcoal here, and then your whatchamacallit, your forge here, and then you could stack all of your charcoal, maybe have another box where you stack your little bits, and then you could stand right here and use the resources between both of them. I mean, that's what I've been doing. All the charcoal's going right here. All right, Wire. I don't like crafting nails from you because you take so much... You take so much extra charcoal when I do that. So I'm gonna swap my bat. And I'm gonna get 8 logs, and then I'll have a bunch more charcoal. Hey, have a good night, Mr. McHauser. God, even removing grass gives you muscle strain. Sometimes it's too much. Sometimes it's too much muscle strain. I don't like that every mundane task gives you muscle strain. I'm surprised washing my clothes doesn't give my character muscle strain. You forgot about that one, Indy Stone. Washing your clothes is a laborious task. Should give us muscle strain. Pulling grass gives me muscle strain. Why not? Good ones, to be honest. You went to remote places like Lake House by Moldra or 3 houses at the river and lake west of West Point. Those are nice locations, but like the house, like, do you mean this lake house or this farm? Now, the issue with this house is that you're going to need to build a road eventually. I want a base here, and my plan is to construct a road going out this way. Because you're eventually going to want to drive a car around. You're going to want to explore the map. And having access to a good road is, like, key. Having access to fresh water and a good road are 2 things I look for the most in a base, and then I look for how cool the building is. Sometimes how cool the building is outweighs everything else. It's like, I have to build a base here. It's just too amazing. But I based, for my first long playthrough of Project Zomboid, I based here, and I ended up constructing over a 300 tile road. So it was kind of fun to do, and it's a great way to level carpentry, especially if you're not interested in building your own base from scratch. But it is a chore, and you will need so many nails. But I mean, that's kind of my plan. I plan on basing at that McCoy's mansion surrounded by the water. And I'm going to level up blacksmithing, making a shit ton of nails. Going to level up carpentry, building a giant-ass road. It's all going to be according to plan. And then I guess that's the other thing you want to consider with picking a base. Like, where are you going to be looting? Where are you going to be fighting? Having a base near what you want to do is pretty important. There's a Twiggy's Bar. You said you're in West Point. This could be a really nice area. You're fairly close to the water, and this has received a glow up, so it's very, very nice looking. You're kind of on the edge of town, so it's not like if you try to base in the middle of town, you have to kill like half the town before you even set up your base, really. So basing kind of on the edge of town and working your way in and around can be really fun. I'm currently doing the rat race, Santi. The config I'm using is a download from that Discord. No sleep, TV. Oh, I forgot to write down our 200 kill day before I forget. All right, you might be the last day of rain. Although that's less important now. That snow fills rain barrels. And any container that would collect water at a much slower rate, but it still does it. I'm just changing. I'm trying to use green for items, blue for location / weather, red for bad things and kills. And then black just for generic things. What up, T-Girl Seattle? Good Maine, everyone. Morning. You told me that's morning, afternoon, evening, night. Good Maine. Good Maine to you. The dark black charcoal. All right. What am I trying to do? Do I want to make more wooden tongs? Or do I just want to use my blacksmithing tongs? Anyone else who's blacksmithing, after you made your tongs, do you still make wooden tongs? Or are you just like, nah, not anymore. I'm on to the next, I'm on to the next good thing. I mean, what am I gonna do with the branches? I mean, branches are kind of useful. I think I just want to use the metalworking tongs. I think why not? I need to level metalworking XP. I get metalworking XP making tongs, so... I think just do that. Fafedo, is there someone that can load PZ to the game menu? Who cannot? Yeah, there's a couple people who are having issues with that. There might be a hot fix tomorrow. All right. This bowling bag contains all of my precious... How much XP am I getting for this? Slow it down. Or speed it up only slightly. 4. I got 4 metalworking XP. So I should have just chunked up. Yeah, I'm halfway to metalworking too. God, it's so slow. It's so slow getting that first level some of the times. And then you just like fly up after that because you can actually do more than just one mundane thing. And now I have enough nails to put them in a box. Yes! Yes! Oh, this is amazing. This is amazing. Like a whole year spent slowly working on that metal working grind. And now I have as many nails as I could possibly hope to craft. Oh, it's so good. This is amazing. I'm in heaven. Alright. Don't need this right now. I'm gonna make some more spiked bats. Yay! Oh, we're gonna kill so many zombies with our spiked baseball bats and bats. An infinite arsenal, turtle, of spiked baseball bats. Oh, we're gonna just 200 zombies a day. Will be 300 in no time. An unstoppable force. This is exactly what I'm looking for. You're going through with peasy withdrawal right now. I'm so sorry. That's the worst feeling. When your game isn't working and other people's games are working and you're like, let me in, I want to play. Hopefully tomorrow, Odie. Hopefully they'll have a hot fix soon, or maybe someone will figure out a workaround. What up, Albert? Turtle going strong, stronger than ever. Turtle is powerful. Primal. She's spiked baseball bats. Has anyone ever completed this challenge? Or is this something you made for yourself? No one has ever completed this challenge. I didn't make it. It's run by a community team, and it has a Discord if you're interested in just seeing more about it. Getting the sandbox config file, it's there. And then that Discord's just a wealth of really nitty gritty peasy information because you have a bunch of veterans all kind of talking and chatting and sharing tips. But no one has ever completed this challenge. No one has ever killed, at least on stream or in video, 1 million zombies. There are some people who are very close. I think the front runner for the rat race has almost 400,000 zombie kills. So that's almost halfway there.
Little pig, let me in.
I should have dropped all this heavy stuff. She's gonna be screaming and crying. Trej TDD. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. personal best for zombie kills was like 50,000 plus. And that was in a multi-hit world. I think this is my PB for like a single hit world. I don't know if I've ever done more than 23,400, at least not on 16x. And this is definitely for build 42, my personal best. I would like to beat 50. And then I would like to get up to 100,000 if possible. Right. Man, if I put you to sleep, are you gonna wake up at like 3 in the morning? All right, I'll take 4. I'll take 4 a.m. I'm gonna look into catching another fish. And then I should be good on food for the next several days. All right, that looks like ripples. Let's see if I can reach out there. Probably. And now I wait. Oh, and it's above freezing, so I have no negative to my catch rate. She's being crushed under the weight of that rotten fish. Just waiting for a little nibble. Waiting for a bite. All right, no splashing is a bad sign. That means we caught junk. All right, getting rid of the bait that caught me trash. Most you've ever gotten in one playthrough is 54? 54 kills? That's not too bad. Sounds like you're just getting started in PZ. Your first 100 kill character is right around the corner. Am I reading this right? Did they patch out rotating while seated? So I don't think while seated in a chair, you weren't able to rotate. And now they've added in a Moritachi that you can rotate your head a little bit when seated in the chair. That's what I understood the update to be. If you're sitting on the ground, you can still like 360. Are these ripples too far away? I mean, they're like right next to the bobber, but are they technically too far away to count? Alright, splashing means it's a fish. Oh, and it's fighting me. So that means it's probably a big fish. Alright, well that's big enough. I don't even know if I'll be able to eat all of this. I can't add seaweed to a salad. Why not? Why no seaweed in my salad? I feel like that's a perfectly fine thing to do. Sprinkle a little seaweed on your fish salad. Did we get any treasures in here? Light fire, notched wooden plank.
Little pig, let me in.
Makarov, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Spicy seaweed salad is a favorite of yours. See, we gotta have the seaweed. Fishing was nerfed a bit, but it's a very good nerf. Cast range was nerfed. You used to be able to cast, like, as far as you wanted, seemingly. Now, it seems to be about 10-ish tiles from you. So if you want to go real deep water fishing, you're going to need to build a dock. Or find a place that already has a dock. Fish fillets, their weight has been fixed, so they're no longer crazy heavy. Go ahead, eat this. Oh, I still need to make my... I still need to spike my baseball bats. Nice, easy way to get some carpentry, too. Alright, one on our back. I mean, I doubt I'll need more than max 2 a day, but now I have it, just in case. And then here, I wanted to test this. So you can kind of look around your character. What about this? Does this still work? Oh, you used to be able to 360 rotate with the place item, but no, you're locked in now. But if you're sitting on the ground, you can still do this. So that's nice. Can you get my mods list? Yes, it's no mods. It's no mods. I play, especially right now when updates are coming out rather frequently, I'm doing completely unmodded Project Zomboid. So the list is nothing. But back in build 41, that's a list of the mods I was using. I just don't want to hassle with any... I don't want to hassle with anything. I can't say for certain that the reason I haven't had any issues with the recent update is because I play mod free, but I'm definitely going to assume that's one of the reasons why I haven't had any issues with the recent update. Not to be a fear monger or anything. There are lots of good mods, though, that people have. So, and the modders are for Project Zomboid are amazing. I'm sure there are a bunch of modders who have already updated their mods to 42.8. Like, they are on it, on top of their game, getting updates pushed out immediately. But this is just all vanilla build 42.8 in all of its glory. All right, now we've got our the longest run back. Like, I could probably cut through the woods like that. Maybe saved me some time. Passing the trip fence. Think I killed every zombie? At least the zombies over here. Yes, I did. 23,400 of them. But we've got some zombies near to where I'm going. Don't let the corpse piles fool you. There are more zombies this way, I promise. I just blew a whistle last time I was over here. Still got some cleanup to do. Alright, bring out the dead. Because Turtle is here to kick some ass. See if I can get another 200 kill day. Alright, I see you.
Hey.
Let's get him moving towards me. I've cleared most of the zombies to the east, so that's where I'm pointing my back. Still gotta watch out, because there's always one more zombie behind you. I don't care how many zombies you've killed. Gotta watch your back, because there's definitely one more. Just one more out there. They're waiting for you to forget, and then they're gonna show up. Alright, right this way, zombies. Come on down and meet Turtle's back. Alright. I've got exhaustion, but I'll keep fighting until muscle strain because I can still 1 and 2 tap zombies. Alright, there's muscle strain. Now we break away, rest up, and then we rinse and repeat. You've got overalls. Are you a farmer? No farming, Mag. The big cheese. Thank you for the follow. I am the cheese. I am the best character on the show. Is it more efficient to rest in a chair versus the ground? I think it's slightly more efficient to rest in a chair, but not hugely. Not the way it was in Build 41. And a chair still won't tell you if you're fully rested. This turtle has spikes like a true Koopa royalty. Team Bowser. I'm a Koopa trooper. Thank God the patch didn't break the save. It didn't. And it's better than ever. This was, for me, a really nice update. Well, as long as my rabbits aren't broken. I butchered one rabbit, and it was an adult female juvenile rabbit. And it gave me 1 piece of rabbit meat that was -2 hunger. So I hope that was just like a fluke. And not a pattern of all of my rabbits being garbage now. But I've started fishing. And fishing is good. And fish fillets are lighter, so I can carry them around in my backpack and not be insanely over-encumbered. So fishing weight has been rebalanced, but their calories are still good. I should probably rest before I do another big pull. Eat some food. Crack some zombie heads. Trying to flank me? Don't you dare. Can opener? Muscle strain, but no exertion. Alright, back it up. It should be roughly fully rested. This update seems a little more stable. You haven't crashed once tonight, although cows ran off several times while milking. And you lost all the milk. Interesting. Just joined. What am I up to? I'm killing zombies at the crossroads. With future plans to head to the McCoy Mansion. Not that you'll ever be done with this, but you're good enough that I'd like to see you play a 30-minute day run. I don't know how that would go. A 30-minute day, it would take you so long just to get anywhere. I feel like you definitely need to have a car in a run like that. Have a car and be driving everywhere. That man, do you see all this? Do you see all of this in the cleared out town that used to have no zombies? The whistle. The whistle is such a dangerous temptation. What kind of hat was that? That did not look like a cowboy hat. I just want to watch out for muscle strain. I feel fatigue is probably gonna pop up soon. But I just made 100 nails today. I'm going spiked baseball bats all day, every day, until I can forge metal baseball bats, which are supposed to be better. A whistle did this? Yes. A whistle in the middle of cleared, like a pretty much cleared out crossroads. I would like to try sleeping at the crossroads in the near future because it's just, I tried going here. Let me pull it up on my map some. So you can see I started to push back past the crossroads, but it is such a long run just to get here and just to begin to start fighting zombies. It's almost like a 3-hour run just to get out here. And then I also have a 3-hour run all the way back. If I camped out here, it would be a little bit better, but I think just clear the crossroads. I'm fattening Turtle up. Clear the crossroads and start sleeping somewhere in here. And then just from here, start working towards McCoy's. I can wash out of buckets now. So I'm going to plan to bring a bunch of buckets and we'll see how that goes. I can bring several changes of clothing, like 3 days worth of clothing. I still don't want to enter any of the buildings. So that's why I wanted to whistle clear the area. Because I'll probably just be sleeping in a tent in the middle of the road. Where's the mansion at? It's this place. Camp on the roof? I can't build a staircase. That's carpentry 3. And ladders don't work in Project Zomboid. It would be sweet. It'd be sweet if they worked, but they don't. Why don't I want to sleep inside the buildings? I don't want to go inside any of the buildings on the slim chance they'll trigger a house alarm. If a house alarm goes off here, I'll just end up pulling the blob right back here. And I'll be stuck maybe having to kill 10, 15, 20,000 more zombies before I can make it to McCoy's. Don't be sad. Eat a 1-ingredient salad. Feel like ladders would be unfair to zombies. I don't think they'd be that unfair. Because, I mean, you could get on top of a roof, but then you still have to get off of the roof. And Indie Stone could just make it so that if you jump or descend a rope ladder, it's kind of noisy, so zombies would be drawn to you if there are zombies super close by. But I do hope they add in being able to climb ladders eventually, because it's just silly that you can't, and it might save you momentarily from a zombie horde, but then you might get stuck on a roof. All right, back to the road. I don't want to get surrounded. Oh, hello. Look like you're just a hiker and not a survival zombie. Alright, on to the next bat. Got 2 more in my backpack, ready to go. Finished for today. Had 1 game crash from grabbing a rabbit. Retro. Have your rabbits been giving typical meat, Tico? I butchered 1 rabbit and it gave 1 piece of meat that was -2 hunger. And I haven't butchered a rabbit since. That could have just been a horrible fluke. But I don't know. Ooh, that's like 800 more XP until I get a long blunt level up. Ooh, and I am 17 zombies away from having another 200 kill day. Square up and fight me, zombies. I'm gonna grab this pencil just so I have an extra pencil if I ever desperately need one. Meat seems normal for you. 5 to 6 pour cuts as usual. Okay, then hopefully what I just experienced was a really unfortunate fluke. I got really scared. I have so many rabbits. I have like almost 40 rabbits in my backyard that I want to eat come winter. I have a 7 kg rabbit mama, swamp rabbit mama, who I want to breed and create more giant rabbits from. I would be really sad if rabbits received a nerf. Where is that weird hat I saw? Is it this? I guess it is that cowboy hat. I guess you're normal. Yeah, outlines looting bodies is new. You can change the color. I think default is orange, but I figured white would be way nicer, especially when it's dark. Also, you get outline when looting containers too. Yeah, bodies, items, containers. If you have a crafting item favorited, you'll see a little green star by resources for that crafted item. Anyone got a pair of gloves I can demonstrate with? Nobody's wearing any gloves right now? Okay, well, just imagine one of these zombies had gloves or fingerless gloves. It would have a little green star. A little green star by it. So it kind of doubly works. It works as a reminder for you to be like, hey, pick up that item. You're crafting with that item. And it also... What do you got? What do you got? There it is. There it is. Meat cleaver. It also just helps get your attention when you're looking through stuff. Swamp is just a biome? There are 3 types of rabbits: Appalachian, Cottontail, and Swamp. The swamp rabbits seem to be the largest and give the most meat. I can't remember. Is it Cottontail? I think it's Cottontail. Oh, IRL? I was going to say. There are definitely 3 different things. I think Appalachian might be the smallest. I was doing a bunch of recording before, and that's how I figured out swamps were the best. All right, I got my 200 kills for today. Crossroads is looking pretty re-cleared. Give me that butter knife. You think you need another whistle just to be sure? Again! Again! Alright, well, I mean, it could be... It's not done. It's not done. It's taken longer... I don't know, maybe not. It feels like it's taken longer to clear from the whistle than it did the initial clear. But that was, I think, over 2 streams, so... Alright, I'm going home. It's dark. It's dark. I don't want to be fighting when I just had a 200 kill day. We're good. Gotta spend like 3 hours running home. How do you guys like the new squishy sound when you butcher a rabbit? That noise is just awful. I'm just going to imagine that's a bowl of spaghetti that they recorded. Just someone squishing around a bowl of spaghetti. Thank you for subscribing to Rabbit Facts. You can no longer unsubscribe. You will receive a rabbit fact every single day from now until you die. Thank you so much. It's all just the same fact. Had you seen the dizzy animation for zombies? No. You can make zombies dizzy? No. Haven't seen that at all. That's kind of funny. Do they fall over or something? But they slaughtered lots of live rabbits and recorded it all. I'm sure they could get a source. Just get a source. No live rabbits were harmed in the making of PZ. For a long time, but probably build 42, all zombies at your current chunk disappear when loaded. It happens sometimes. Is it common? I know that upon a crash, if you would load back in, the game would kind of push zombies away from you, but that on a regular quit and load, I don't feel like that's supposed to happen. You've gotten tripped by zombies as they fall about 4 times already? Is that like a sprinter thing or just a normal zombie thing? Scooping out a pumpkin's innards is your guess? New update has been treating me well. I am ecstatic because I was able to just very recently just forge 100 nails, 120 nails off of like one smeltable item, which I don't know if that's how it's I definitely don't think that's working as intended. But I got my 100 nails, god damn it. Not giving them up. Those nails are my nails. This is payback for not being able to smelt gardening trowels. I deserve this. But, so the way you smelt now certain things, you smelt them into, you smelt items into your crucible instead of before I would just smelt items into my iron bar mold. Now they get added to the crucible. One large object fills the crucible to full. When the crucible is full, I could then smelt multiple, I think it was 5 iron bars. And it's definitely broken because one iron bar will smelt down and fill up. I'm pretty sure it'll fill up. Let's do it. For science. One iron bar should smelt down and fill up this entire large ceramic crucible. And then if I made more bar molds, I could probably make 5 more iron bars. So I have multiplying iron bars this way. Like, I turned 1 piece of metal into essentially 9 pieces of metal. Yeah, it fills it to full. So I could make 5 more iron bars from this and just keep going. I can't empty this out. All right. That's definitely going to get patched. And if it doesn't get patched soon, I'm sure the rat race will have, I don't know, probably a ruling about it. But it's a lot. It's a lot. One thing I don't like is you used to be able to wash all clothing. It would wash everything. Now, everything but yourself. Now you have multiple things you need to click to wash everything. I just need a wash it all button. But maybe this will come more in handy when I'm swapping my clothes out. Okay, go ahead and eat. Now sleep. You've got a spinny zombie clip. Let me see. I need to know what I gotta watch out for. It burns. It burns. So that's that delayed Oh, he tripped. He tripped over the live one on the ground. Is that what we're seeing? Interesting. I might have seen that, although it looked like, to me, a zombie was pushing the corpse on the ground. Interesting. It also happens to solo ones. Oh, God. All right, watch out for that. That seems... I don't like unexpected things happening. That's how you die. Makes you miss a lot of second hits? Yeah, definitely. Wash all everything should be a perk of fear of blood trait. You know what? I like that. It should. They just had something. What was it? Like if you're clumsy, you can't like open a door. What was it? You couldn't. They just talked about it. Like you can't open a door while you're eating. Something like that. Disorganized. Disorganized. You won't put stuff back in the right container if you're disorganized. There you go. It makes so much sense. It really does. Little RP from your traits. Oh, all right. That's it. I'm done for stream tonight. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. Today is Tuesday. I will be back Wednesday. Let me find someone to raid. Who is up playing the Boyd tonight? Any rat racers live and streaming? Let's go raid Reddit. I don't think I've had a chance to raid her yet. She's a rat racer who just lost, I think, like a 60,000 kill plus character. So let's go say hi. New rat race for 42.8. Brand new day. New start. Muldra goated strats. Hell yeah. Muldra racers unite. Unite. Take over the world. All right. Raid queued up over here. Let's get a YouTube redirect going. Gotta click through like 5 different menus just to set up a YouTube redirect. We'll see if we have any rat racers over here. Details, customization, redirect, add. Let's go say hi to Insomniac Gaming, the Great Spiffo Rat Race. All right. We are all set up. Raccoons can hop small fences? I mean, I haven't seen it. After my treaty with the raccoons, you know, I don't let any raccoons live. They must be killed. You know what? I feel like I have a bunch of grass, actually, hanging out in my backpack that I should get rid of. Hello, rabbits. All right, no one's had any babies yet. I should definitely kill some of you, though. All right, I'm Milquetoast Claire. I stream every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, with a bonus day thrown in there. Today, it's Tuesday. It's the update day. Obviously, if I'm going to stream on any day I don't normally stream, it's got to be update day. If you've liked the stream, please like it. And if you've enjoyed almost all 9 hours, why not sub? All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one.